Good morning. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is October 23rd, 2024, and the time is 9:03 a.m.
That's okay. I got you.
Okay.
My name is Danny Barra. I'm your chairman today. My colleagues today on the panel are Mr. Chuck Tillis to my left and Ms. Cheryl Renata to my right. The panel today is at DOC headquarters, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Would the staff here please introduce yourself for the record?
Sure, they right.
Today, our remote location is Louisiana State Penitentiary. Staff there, please introduce themselves for the record.
Right.
Deputy Warden Ashley Olivo.
Reginald Latimore, classification.
Carmen Shipley, Offender Records.
Jody Sturgeon, Program Specialist.
Tanya Faust, Hospice Program.
Kyle Hargroder, Nurse Practitioner.
All right. Mr. Young, would you please introduce yourself with your full name and DOC number for the record?
Say your name and your DOC number.
Deal
Say your name and your DOC number
103614.
and your name.
Jim Young.
All right. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the process. We're going to let you and your attorney have a chance to speak first. And then we'll ask the nurses for their input. We'll ask the warden for input.
His attorney, we're waiting on his attorney. He's at the front gate. He should be en route.
All right, we're going to go into recess for 10 minutes and let the attorney get there. We'll get back out.
And also, do you have our number? Can you let us know when you have it there? What's
Yes. Give it to me.
the phone number?
Reginald has it. Reginald has it. They told me, Mr. Renata.
Just let us know when Mr.
We
Ray
have to hold on
Kessler's
just a
in the
second.
room.
Attorney's on
Okay,
his way.
yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. We want to.
Thank y'all.
All right, the Committee on Parole is called back to order. We're resuming at 9:11 a.m. And today we have for medical furlough consideration Jim Young, DOC number 103614, who's a third felony offender, who's been convicted of second-degree murder at a trial by jury, and on April 19th, 1983, was sentenced to serve life imprisonment without the benefit of probation, parole, suspension of sentence in Bossier Parish. And as I said, today we're reviewing this case for a medical treatment furlough. He has no parole eligibility date, no good time date, and his full-term date is life. I'd like to go with the nurse from the facility to give us a little information on Mr. Young's condition.
We have our nurse practitioner, Mr. Kyle Hargrader, that takes care of him. So I'm going to let him step in and speak on his behalf real quick.
All right.
Staying here is good. I've been taking care of Mr. Jim since about June when he was moved to the chronic care portion of the treatment center. He had a stroke in February of 2024, and since that time he's had progressive delirium and dementia, not like the dementia we deal with just with the natural process of aging. His was accelerated by having a stroke. Since that time, he's had progressive debility, and he requires assistance throughout the entire day. The orderlies help him, and the other inmates that live around him have to literally coach him through the entire day as far as bathing, taking care of himself, eating, and all the sorts of activities of daily living that we have to go through. He has other medical history. I'm not sure what, all you all need to know, but he's got high blood pressure, high cholesterol. He's had the stroke that I mentioned. He has chronic kidney disease. He has hepatitis C that was treated, amongst some other medical history. I guess it's not worth mentioning at this point, but other than that, is there any questions that you have for me as far as?
Yes.
Yes.
So tell us about I see he's in a wheelchair. Is he pretty much confined to the wheelchair? So he's limited mobility?
He is able to walk, but he has to use the wheelchair almost as a walker. So he walks behind the wheelchair. His gait is not very, very steady. But he uses this as a stability or a walker, a rolling walker, if you will. So he can transport very short distances behind this only.
And for the medical treatment furlough, the only residence plan that would be available would be to a long-term medical facility. Are there any prospects for that?
Yes, yeah, we actually have tentative placement for him already at River Oaks. And it'd be a similar environment to where he lives now. Which, another thing that I found, you're making me think of a good point, probably should be mentioned, is since his stroke and we've had to transfer him to appointments that are out of his environment and out of the facility, when he returns, he requires hours and hours of reorientation and medication to calm down his anxiety from being in an unfamiliar environment. So he needs to be in a structured environment, basically at all times. He can't function out of one.
All right, next we'll ask the warden if he has anything to say about the case.
I'll give you a brief summary. Y'all probably already know that he has 22 debrief reports, with the last one being in October of 2005. He has completed anger management in 2018, 100 hours in 15, and his tiger risk score is low. I am the medical warden over the treatment center. He does reside in our, I call it more of our nursing home care setting unit. It's unit 2. I think River Oaks is prepared to come today and evaluate him. So if y'all do grant him his medical treatment furlough, we could get him to his new facility as soon as tomorrow. So we do have everything set up and ready to go. Do you have any questions?
All right, next we'll go to Mr. Lancaster or Ms. Wright. Let's see what y'all have to say.
Good morning, Mr. Barr. Robert Lancaster with LSU Parole and Reentry Clinic here today, representing Mr. Young. My apologies for not getting here when you guys were starting. Was a large crowd at the front gate this morning for hearings today. Mattia Wright's with me. She's a second-year student at the Parole and Reentry Clinic. She's evaluated the medical records for Mr. Young that we have, and she's prepared to make a statement in support of his medical furlough.
All right, let's hear from her.
Good morning. My name is Mattia Wright, and I'm a second-year law student in the Parole and Reentry Clinic assisting Mr. Jim Young in his hearing today. Mr. Robert Lancaster is my supervisor. While I'm not certified under Louisiana Supreme Court Rule 20, if this committee deems it appropriate, I will be making a statement of support for medical treatment furlough for Mr. Jim Young. The Louisiana Legislature, through Title 15, Section 574.20, subsection C of the revised statutes, established the medical treatment furlough program specifically for cases like Mr. Young's, where his medical need surpasses the prison's capacity for care. This provides a pathway for limited mobility inmates to be moved from the medical center in prison to an off-site medical facility where they can receive specialized around-the-clock care. Mr. Young is an 84-year-old man with 17 unique medical conditions. His complex and dynamic medical profile impairs his physical and neurological functions, leaving him practically wheelchair-bound and dependent on others to complete basic daily tasks. The impact of all these diagnoses exacerbates one another, leading to the overall decline of his health and emphasizes the need for medical treatment that cannot be received in the prison hospital. While it may appear manageable, the intersection of all of his medical ailments impairs the overall quality of his life. The loss of key senses like hearing and eyesight make it significantly more challenging for him to navigate his environment independently and furthers his isolation from interactions and programming that could support his rehabilitation. This isolation is furthered by his limited mobility due to a combination of lumbar radiculopathy and severe back and joint pain. His history of stroke and carotid stenosis significantly increases the risk of unpredictable and potentially fatal strokes, leading to cognitive decline. His cognitive state is only worsened by his diagnosis of acute mental status changes that are frequently triggered by UTIs. His stage 3 chronic kidney disease has led to the gradual loss of his kidney functions, which has caused a buildup of waste in his body that could potentially cause hypertension, additional problems with his bones, and could lead to heart disease. The worsening impact of his physical conditions has also been triggered by severe insomnia, which fuels a cycle of delirium with multiple etiologies. The combination of the deprivation of his senses, severe back pain, and sleep deprivation heightens his vulnerability to confusion, memory loss, and emotional distress. Without proper rest, Mr. Young is at risk of developing infections and viruses. His immune-compromised state has already contributed to the contraction of hepatitis C. Battling basal cell carcinoma, while yes, treatable skin cancer, for people like Mr. Young who suffer from numerous chronic conditions and are already immunocompromised, cancer can easily progress. Lastly, gastroesophageal reflux disease, while seemingly a manageable condition, worsens his overall comfort level and requires constant medication and lifestyle adjustments that are difficult for prison staff to maintain. While the prison medical staff at LSP have done everything in their power to care for Mr. Young, his deteriorating health requires a more hands-on, specialized approach. Remaining here not only contributes to the health decline, but it also causes an undue burden on the facility's resources and staff to administer care efficiently and effectively to him and other inmates. The cost of his medications alone is significant, and the overall quality of his health is boosted by hospital visits and other health needs, and they're likely only to increase as his health deteriorates, potentially suggesting other undiagnosed conditions. Granting Mr. Young medical treatment furlough would allow him to receive critically necessary personalized medical treatment while also alleviating the financial and logistical burdens that have been imposed on LSP. This allows Mr. Young the appropriate medical attention he needs in a more cost-effective and secure setting, while allowing LSP to provide proper care to other inmates. Coupled with his age and the severity of his health, Mr. Young presents no substantial flight risk or danger to the public. His focus is simply on getting the medical care that he desperately needs. Choosing to grant this request for medical furlough would not only just serve Mr. Young, but it would serve to benefit LSP drastically. For these reasons, Mr. Young joins in LSP's request and respectfully asks this honorable committee to grant him medical treatment furlough. Thank you.
All right. Today, we have no one else in support that wants to speak, and we have no one else in opposition that would like to speak. Ms. Renatza is assigned the case. If she has any more questions, or we can move right into the vote.
I have no questions. I think Ms. Wright and Warren Olivo and all the staff there at Angola did a good job. I'm prepared to vote at the appropriate time.
Well, it's appropriate.
Okay. My vote is to grant the medical treatment furlough to the River Oaks facility, should that work out. I will say that after an extensive search for the victim's family, the victim in this case was Lee Armstrong. The probation and parole investigative officers were unable to locate any family member, and so as such, there's no express victim opposition at least. Mr. Young does score out as a low risk. He has very serious medical issues, although I do believe they could be addressed at Angola satisfactorily. I believe it's in the best interest of Mr. Young and the penitentiary to move into a long-term nursing care facility. So my vote is to grant the treatment program.
All right, Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Ms. Renata.
All right, I'm going to concur with Ms. Renata, but I'm also going to add a special condition that he be on electronic monitoring until the probation and parole department determines it's no longer needed. And that if his medical treatment is successful and he recovers, that he return to custody. So that being said, the medical treatment furlough has been granted, and this would conclude our business today with Mr. Young at 9:23.
Made it. Okay.
All right, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is October 23rd, 2024. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are Mr. Tillis to my left and Ms. Renata to my right. The panel today is at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and our remote location is Louisiana State Penitentiary. Mr. Silva, would you please introduce yourself and give us your DOC number for the record?
LUTGARDO Silva 364086.
Thank you. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the process. I'm going to read some information into the record, ask you to verify it. Then we're going to give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did that caused your incarceration and why you think you should be released. Then the warden at the facility is going to be asked to speak, and we will allow public comments. 3 supporters will be allowed to speak on your behalf, and 3 will be allowed to speak in opposition. The district attorney will have a chance to speak. Your case has been assigned to me, so I will be the lead on your case and ask the first question, then cast the first vote. So today we have for parole consideration, LUTGARDO Silva, DOC number 364086, who's a first felony offender who was convicted of second-degree murder at a trial by jury, and on January 18th, 96, and on February 1st, 96, was sentenced to life, and then on 12/19/23, Governor Edwards commuted that sentence from life to 75 years with parole eligibility, giving you a parole eligibility date of 8/1/21, a good time date of May 12th, 33, and a full term date of November 12th, 70. Does that information sound correct to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you're up first. We're asking you to tell us what you did to cause yourself to be incarcerated, and why do you think the parole board should vote to release you today?
Yes, sir. First, I would just like to thank this board for bringing me before you. I appreciate that very much. Back in 1994, I had went to a football game. It was the school that I went to. It was their homecoming game. After the game, some friends and we went out to shoot pool. While I was out, I got into a verbal altercation with Brett Preller. We changed locations, and we actually got into a physical altercation. In the midst of fighting, someone came at me with a baseball bat and hit me with the bat. And that's when I made the worst decision of my life. I grabbed a gun and shot it one time. And tragically, I killed Brett Preller. For that action, I'm full of sorrow for the pain and suffering I've caused to the Preller family and all of his friends. The amount of pain and suffering I have caused them all is unbearable. And for that, I'll always be apologetic for what I've done. The worst day of my life became the worst days of your lives. And I'll forever be sorry for that. None of you deserve what I did. And most importantly, Brett didn't deserve what I did. In regards to your second question, 30 years ago, my life was a mess. A series of bad choices led to worse choices and led to more bad choices. I was out of control. I was wild. I had no aim or purpose in life. And all of these things netted in doing something that was unconscionable and that was senseless. The burden of all of this lies upon my shoulders. And as I lived my life and I came to this prison, I gained a lot of knowledge and wisdom. And I realized that I couldn't just come and say that I wanted to be a better person, because words can sometimes be hollow. I wanted my life and my actions to be evidence of all the pain and remorse and sorrow that I feel for everything that I've done. And now I am the kind of person who walks the right way. That's my motivation, to walk the right way for everything that I've done, for the tremendous amount of pain that I've caused, to do that which is right as opposed to wrong. I've become the kind of person who resolves conflicts. I've become the kind of person who helps to mediate in situations. Men come to me for help in whatever they're dealing with in their lives, be it personal problems, be it problems at home, be it problems with their cases, or even going through different various problems with addiction and substance abuse issues here in the prison. I'm the recreation orderly. I'm responsible for organizing activities and games and sporting events in the camp. And I've been able to come across a wide spectrum of people. And this has allowed me to interact and be a part of men's lives and to help them. I am the pastor, the lead pastor of our cell block ministry team. I'm also the lead minister of our intercessory prayer group. I teach Bible studies at our church. I preach sermons. When they have organizations that come in off the streets, different ministry groups, I'm always there to help them and facilitate whatever they have going on. And I'm someone in our camp that people can rely on. And my motivation, again, is all of the pain and suffering I've caused. I wanted to be able to atone for what I've done. And, you know, when we say that we've moved on and changed our lives, I want you all to know that there's not a wisp of that person that did those things all those years ago. He's not there. I'm a new creation. This prison has given me the tools to succeed in life. Just recently, in the last couple of months, I've seen guys that I haven't seen in a long time that went to different prisons, and I baptized them in the church, and they tell me that they're still living a good life, that they've turned their lives around and they never looked back. And I hope that if afforded the opportunity, I could do that on a grander scale. And that's why I'm asking you to give me your vote today. Thank you.
Martin, do you have anything to add about his prison record, prison behavior?
Since he's been incarcerated, he has a total of 25 DV reports, the last being in April of 2013. He completed anger management, moral compass, thinking for a change. His Tiger score is low. In review of his prison record, I did find where in April of 2020, there was an incident at Camp D involving some offenders and an employee. The employee, from what I understand, may have been being assaulted in some kind of way with a fire extinguisher, it kind of looks like in the record. And he did assist and make sure the employee got to safety. So I wanted to bring that up just to let y'all know. But other than that, that's all I got.
Thank you. Today we have lots of people in support. We're gonna have first Mr. Kerry Mara with the Parole Project, who in support and wants to speak.
Good morning, Mr. Barra and the board. Kerry Myers with the Louisiana Parole Project. We supported Mr. Silva at his clemency proceedings, and we continue to support him now. We'll provide transitional housing, transitional programming and services. Should this board grant his parole today, he will receive a mentor, essentially a reentry coach that will help him through this process. 30 years is obviously a long time. The world has changed, and we are here to help him through these changes. Technology, finance, consumer skills, workplace protocols, the things that a person who has been incarcerated 30 years will need. Upon his release, we'll work with his long-term residence plan when he's ready to go to make sure that the transition is smooth. We'll assist with employment opportunities. So just want to let this board know that Parole Project is here to support him with all our services should this board grant him a day.
Thank you. Also, we have present and wanting to speak, John Batt Sr., a friend of Mr. Silva. Yes.
Thank you all for having me, and I was asked to offer up my qualifications first for coming here. I'm a Republican, served on the last Republican, served on the New Orleans City Council, been a delegate to the conventions for the last 6 out of 7 years, currently serve on the executive committee of the LUTGARDO, and I've been on the state subcommittee for 24 years. I chair the parish executive committee in New Orleans Parish. I was chairman of the board of Crime Stoppers and chairman of the board of trustees currently. And what I also did was serve with Sandy Krasnoff on Victims and Citizens Against Crime. I give you these because I've never advocated for felons' rights until now. Mr. Silva has spent decades in Angola. He's not the same man that went in. He went in when this happened. He was 18 years and I think 4 or 5 months years old. What he has accomplished during his incarceration, finding Jesus Christ and God, and showing those around him and sharing that with them, has been nothing short of amazing. I would like to see him do that in the real world. 3 decades is pretty much a lifetime. He would be of great value in the outside world, and I would like to use Luke Silva to talk to at-risk children and kids in the schools and the mentorship that I've done over the years, and walk with me when he gets released. And I ask for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Today, we also have Miss Cynthia Bergovich, Mr. Silva's mother. Would you speak?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to express my sorrow to the Cruller family for all the pain that they've suffered. I'd like to thank the board for allowing me to speak on my son's behalf today. Luke had a difficult childhood. I was young when I married, and I didn't marry very well, or I wasn't really prepared to be a mom. And my husband and I fought some. And then my second marriage, I thought would be better. He was an older fellow, so I thought he would bring some stability to my life, but that didn't work out. He turned out to be an alcoholic, and he was physically violent with me and my son and emotionally abusive. But for many years now, Luke has walked the walk of Christ. He has helped other inmates. He's helped men read and write. He has mentored many men. I've received letters from inmates thanking me for the son I have and the man he is today. A church group came recently. I think they were the Saints Prison Ministry, and they offered Luke a position in the ministry. They even came to see him at the Angola rodeo. One year, a fellow came into my car lot. I work with my brother, and he said, "Hey, I'm looking for a car. I just got out of Angola." And my brother said, "Hey, Cindy, this guy was in Angola." And I said, "Do you know my son, Luke?" He says, "Do I know him? He used to preach down at the cell blocks, and he'd make the hair stand up on my neck." So that's just one of the instances of Luke. And he's had so many testimonies from inmates that I know the board has had a chance to look at. telling us all how different he is. He is a Christian. He is kind, he's caring, he's giving, he cares for people deeply and wants to help them. My husband Jeff is here with me today. We have a home for Luke. My brother has a job for him at our car lot. His family and friends are all here in support of his petition. And I just want to ask the board to please consider him and please let him come home. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. We also have Angelina Clavier, a friend in support on Zoom. Teresa Silva, a great aunt in support on Zoom. Packy Thompson, a pastor in support on Zoom. Shannon Morning, a family friend in support on Zoom. Cesar Parrish, a cousin in support on Zoom. Joshua Morning, a friend in support on Zoom. Luis Alvarado, cousin in support on Zoom. LUTGARDO Silva Sr., grandfather in support on Zoom. Troy West, friend in support on Zoom. Christy Ingram Toops, friend in support on Zoom. Carrie Milano, a family friend in support at headquarters. Tammy Robinson, a friend in support on Zoom. Kristen Austin, a cousin in support on Zoom. Monique McGee, stepmother in support at headquarters. Yolanda Castillo, an aunt in support at headquarters. Thomas Burbowich, an uncle in support on Zoom. Tim Burbowich, an uncle in support at headquarters. Christopher Ramthen, cousin in support at headquarters. Linda Ayo, a cousin in support at headquarters. Brenda Burbowich, an aunt in support at headquarters. Tom Wilson, an employer in support at headquarters. Tina Mueller, a cousin in support at headquarters. Terry Burbowich, a cousin in support at headquarters. Tiffany Burbowich, a cousin in support at headquarters. Okay. Judge Laurie White, in support at headquarters, who we're gonna allow to speak. Okay, after I get through introducing everybody, we'll have Ms. White come up. Phil Harrell, in support at headquarters. Tim Thompson, the LSP chaplain, in support at headquarters. Robert Felix, cousin, in support at headquarters. Seth Trosclair, in support at headquarters. Jeremy Trusk, I got that name wrong. Jamia, something. Apologize. Trosclair, in support at headquarters. Jacqueline Sona, a friend in support at headquarters. Andre Bott, a friend in support at headquarters. Hunter Viviano, nephew, in support at headquarters. Emma Silva, a niece, in support at headquarters. LUTGARDO Silva, father, in support at LSP. Jacqueline Silva, an aunt, in support at LSP. And Peter Perret, a friend, in support at LSP. And if there's anybody else in the audience or at LSP that I missed, would you please identify yourself and give us your name?
Cynthia Baburovich,
Okay. Support.
Stories? I'm sorry.
in support at LFP.
Uh-huh. That's the only person I missed?
Jeff Pistorius, in supported, LSP.
All right,
I'm Evan Wilson, in support at LSP.
okay,
Christine Wilson in support of, at LSP.
all right,
Sarah Friend in support of LSP.
all right,
Chris Canan in support of LSP.
all right,
Ann in support at LSP.
all right.
Jennifer Perrette in support at LSP.
And LUTGARDO Silva is second. Oh,
All right,
And Jane Hogan representing Mr. Silva.
gotcha.
Good morning.
So now hear from Judge Laura White.
Thank you. Good morning. You know, these aren't just people that came off the street. These are people in the support system. They came as far as Chicago and Georgia to be here. There are additional 13 people outside, and I want to thank you all for allowing them to watch the video outside so that they can see. I am a retired judge from Orleans Parish. I was on the criminal district court bench for 16 years. I have never appeared at a parole board hearing to ask for someone to get released. I did appear at his clemency hearing and asked at that time, and as you know, getting a grant from a parole board is like threading a camel through the eye of a needle. He was successful, and we find ourselves here. What's interesting about Luke is that Luke was sentenced to a life in prison. Life means life. And life usually is something that you will not see an inmate make the decisions like Luke has made to better himself while in prison. Because what's the point? The point is he's going to sit there and smoke weed and not do anything for the rest of his career, because I've watched that many times, as I know you have. I started the reentry program in this state of Louisiana because I had had other people that I had gotten out of prison and they had failed miserably and gone back to prison as recidivists. I learned from that, and from my 38 years in law enforcement as a judge, I was a criminal defense lawyer where I met Luke and represented him from 1998 to 2008. I was an assistant district attorney in East Baton Rouge under O.C. Brown and Doug Morrow. I was an assistant district attorney with Harry Connick. My goal in life was to put people in prison. When I became a criminal defense lawyer, I learned that there are things that occur in the criminal justice system that should be tried. I worked on Luke's case because I thought it was a manslaughter case, because the facts in the case showed that there had been a fight and Luke was a young 18-year-old stupido that took a gun to a fist fight. He shot one time and he committed a murder. I've also had the opportunity to watch Luke from the time I became a judge in 2008 until the present. I've had over 30 years of experience with Luke. I am aware of what Luke has done and his spiritual path in prison. I am so confident about Luke's release and the fact that he can be successful and worth your opportunity to give him the benefit and honor of parole. That my husband and I, my husband is outside. I'm a Republican now, I don't have to get elected anymore. My husband and Donald Trump talk on text message every day, apparently. We are offering Luke an opportunity to either live with us, live near us in Folsom, Louisiana, and to work with us. I was also successful in getting other people out of prison, like Norris Henderson, who I know you all know. I was Norris Henderson's lawyer. So I know what success looks like for an inmate that is released. Luke is a murderer. He will always be a murderer. That is a sin and a stain that will always stay with him. That is not something that we are asking to be removed. We're asking for supervision from this parole board and strict and strident supervision that someone like a retired judge that has too much time and energy can provide over an inmate that would be free. We know what it looks like to be successful and the resources that are required. Luke does not have a mental problem. He's never had a mental problem other than bad choices at his young age. He is now, Luke, a 48-year-old man. He's been in almost 30 years. These people are people that Luke's mind stays in their lives all the time.
I've spent time with inmates that their mind is only in the prison and they only think about prison things. Luke talks about newspaper articles he's read. He is super positive for somebody in prison. I would be a terrible inmate. Luke is someone that can be trusted because Luke is walking the walk. And how do you trust change from someone? Look at his 30-year career as an inmate. He has actually been successful as an inmate to walk the walk and not only make changes, but to do them and continue to do them. We would provide Luke the resources, we would provide him the supervision to make sure that not only because of role supervision, but because of personal supervision and personal supervision, that we would make sure he gets the community resources that are required. Because I know what it's like for them not to do well in reentry, for them to not do well in the free world and to readapt. Luke is deeply thoughtful in his remorsefulness, and that's something that has always surprised me because I had not been, in essence, a friend to an inmate that I had spent time with from back in the latest was 2008. So Luke has made changes, and I hope that this board will grant him the mercy that you hold the power to grant. Luke took the life of a young man and he could never take it back. He will always be a murderer. We understand that there will always be strong law enforcement objection to this, as it should be, and always strong family objection, as it should be. I understand that. I faced people and didn't provide mercy and did provide mercy. But we're begging you to please see that this is the kind of case that when he was granted parole, pardoned by the governor, we never expected that. And we're so grateful, and we would ask you the same. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. All right. We have several people in letters of opposition. We'll start out with Deborah Montrell.
Thank you for this opportunity. And Brett's aunt. Mother. Give me a minute. You're right, Luke is a murderer. And he will always be a murderer. And it is not for us to forgive him. That will become on his judgment day. He has come from his background was not good, as he previously stated. And you're looking to bring him back into the same community and same atmosphere that he was raised in. I don't think that that's going to help. I'm so glad that he has found God in prison. I had God all my life. That's why I don't commit murder. I follow the rules. I'm a law-abiding citizen. He was not. And whatever he does and whatever he did in prison is wonderful. That's good for him. But it does not erase what he did. He was sentenced to second degree for life in prison without ever getting parole or pardon. I don't understand why we do. The judicial system is something we're supposed to depend on. And I feel like it has failed us. I think that it is wrong for him to have a second chance. Brett does not have a second chance. We do not have a second chance with him. And for Luke, whatever he's done in prison is wonderful. I think he's found his calling. And I think that his calling should be in prison to help all the rest of the prisoners that are there. That seems to be where God wants him. And that's where he should remain. He is a prison, he is a murderer, and that will be his title for the rest of his life. And I do not think that he deserves a second chance, because I am fearful for my life. I am fearful for the Crawler family, because I don't know. He says he's been rehabilitated. He's taken courses. Anybody can take a course. It doesn't mean it's changed. It might look good on paper, but what does it really mean? his life sentence should be a life sentence. It has been commuted to 75 years now. That's not life usually, but he's only served 30 years of that 75, and he deserves to serve the rest. Because Brett has not gotten a second chance. Brett's life was stolen from him. Brett's life was stolen from all of us. And he needs to remain in prison and serve God the way he is doing now and help other prisoners. He's not going to help me out. And I am fearful. And I hope that if he is let out, that we as law-abiding citizens are protected in some kind of way from him. Because we don't know. He's seen all of us. We don't know what he would do. We don't know. I'm fearful. I'm sure the rest of my family is fearful. And I want him to serve his full term. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Rob Vadakovich.
Yep. I'm Rob Vadakovich, and I'm Brett's uncle. And before I get started with sort of a prepared statement, I just want to make a couple quick comments. I think that myself and my family seem to consider a 30-year sentence far from life. And if you want to know what life is, it's Brett Preller. He's no longer here. He has no life. So that's my definition of a life sentence. As far as a manslaughter case, that's the second time I've heard that in 2 different parole hearings. And the jury disagreed 100%. They felt that it was, in fact, a second-degree murder trial, and he was charged with second-degree murder. So make no mistake, please, about that. So on behalf of Brett, on behalf of the family, on behalf of the other members of the family who could not be here today, in particular, Brett's dad, Brett's 2 sisters, they could not be here today, and a bunch of cousins. I'd like to thank the board for this opportunity. Since the board was not, this current board was not here for the last session, I would like to just point out a few things or share a few things with you. Originally, in the first hearing, our family and friends submitted a substantial number of emotional victim statements prior to the last session, and we submitted a bunch before this session. We all hope that you had an opportunity to review them. I think they say a lot. Our family traveled to Baton Rouge the day of the hearing. Our hope was that the board would come here with an open mind and base their decision on facts of the case and our emotional pleas, and the board would not commute a life sentence without parole that was handed down by the jury. Despite our excruciating emotional pleas of why the sentence should not be reduced, it was clear that the board's decision was already predetermined and that everything we did was really in vain. And that became clear as soon as we got started on this. So anyway, I just wanted to let you know that. It was clear to us also that the only way that the decision would not be what it is was that if Mr. Silva really blew it, and he did, because he is well rehearsed and he was well coached. I hear the same thing today from him, except he's had a little bit additional time to be even more well rehearsed and well coached for the board. With that said, it is our hope again that this board has an open mind, has not come here with a predetermined decision, and will weigh the reasons why the victim's family requests that Silva serve the full 75-year term, which was made by the previous board and does not get any reduction in this time. As for my plea to you, there were some inconsistencies in the last board meeting. You could call them inconsistencies, you could call them lies, but there were some facts that were not correct.
And in my opinion, if he can't admit to what happened the night in 1994, then I truly believe that he cannot be truly remorseful or sorry for murdering Brett. Several character references stated how he's helped people in prison and he's a leader and a mentor. Well, I really hope that is the case. I hope that he did find Jesus in 2010, as he said he did. So maybe the remainder of his 75 years in jail is where he can best serve other people. So hopefully that is what takes place. While I can understand his family and his mother's pleas for him to be released by saying things like he is forgiven, he is loving, he is giving, they beg for his mercy to be let out. Well, despite the victim's family pleas, Brett will never come home due to Silva. Despite all of Brett's hopes and dreams, they will never be met due to Silva. Brett also has a home that he could come home to. He has a family he could come home to, but he never would. This individual, Mr. Silva, just to let you know, at the trial, he mocked the family. He tried to intimidate the family, literally during the trial. The individual literally celebrated and toasted the murdering of Brett on the 1-year anniversary of his murder. This is all, by the way, documented in court documents. This individual stated he got his respect by murdering Brett. It's beyond comprehension why the victim's family is and will continue to serve a life sentence while Silva is free to just go celebrate with his family and his friends. It's beyond comprehension. Silva had a chance not to do what he did, and he chose to follow Brett from a bar. He chose to get in a fight with Brett, and according to the court documents again, he literally decided to pull a gun, point blank range, and shoot Brett. So that's what we're dealing with here, right? No mistake about it. So while disappointed that the life sentence was commuted, we appeal to the board at a minimum that Silva remain in jail for the full 75-year term that was recommended by the last board. We hope that there is no time that is allowed because he attends some classes. And we also hope that there's no time allowed because he of good behavior and he's helping people in jail. Maybe that's where, like I said, maybe that's where he should be to help people in jail. So, with that said, I thank you.
All right. We have Stacy Giovanni, victim sister. No, yeah, victim sister.
Mom is here to speak. Okay, crap.
Okay, great. All right, next we'll have Kate Krella, the victim's mother. Thank you.
My name is Kay. Thanks to Dr. Higgins for here to speak. Pretty much what I have to say is what they've already said. At the time of the trial, I left everything up to God because I was not there. I did not know what happened. I prayed that whatever the outcome was because God knew what happened. He was the one that was going to make the outcome be what it was. Also prayed that once he got convicted, that he would get a conscience and live with that guilty conscience for the rest of his life. That would be his sentence to be. And it appears that he's as sorry as he says he is. It appears that those prayers were answered. The life sentence that he
imposed on my family is irrevocable. It will forever be there. We miss Brett, we talk about Brett all the time. It comes up in conversation. As far as him saying that somebody came after him with a bat at the fight. Yeah, they did. Brett was by himself and him and his friends were all beating up on Brett. So Brett's friend saw this out of a window and came out with a bat to clear the air, to get the other kids off of Brett so that Luke and Brett could have an even fight. And at the end of the fight, Brett took his hands off of him and said, now go home. If the fight is over. And at that point is when he pulled the gun out of his waistband and shot him. His friend was there and watched the whole thing. And that was said in court. So it's not like they came after him specifically with the bat. They were all beating up on Brett. And then I don't know what else to say. His sentence should be the same as ours and as Brett's. It should be for life and it should be irrevocable. And there's just no words to even say.
Thank you. We also have Stacy Gianni, victim's sister, who's on Zoom and opposed. We have Jamie Meyer, another victim's sister, on Zoom and opposed. Lindsay Schulthus, victim's cousin, on Zoom and opposed. William Vodakovich, victim's cousin, on Zoom and opposed. Ann Vodakovich at headquarters and opposed. Bill Vodakovich at headquarters and opposed. And Emma Vodakovich at headquarters and opposed. We also have Randall Myers from the district attorney's office, who we're gonna let speak, who's on Zoom.
Good morning, Randall Myers, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. We are strongly opposed to Mr. Silva's request for parole. First off, looking at his programming that he's done while incarcerated, very limited. Thinking for a Change, anger management, and he has certificates for moral compass, victim awareness, substance abuse back in 1998, and then some faith-based certificates as well. Very strong victim opposition, as you've heard. And that's a strong reason for denying his parole today. And I've got to talk about something that Lori White stated. She talked about reviewing this case, and it's a manslaughter case. Well, it's not a manslaughter case. If you look at the evidence, two things, and these go together. It's not a manslaughter case, and I'll talk a little bit about the evidence, which I generally don't do. And the other thing is that Mr. Silva has not been honest with this board, with the board at the pardon board hearing, and I opposed him for that at the pardon board hearing back in 2023. And when he was asked what happened today, he simply stated that I shot the gun one time and Mr. Kreller was killed. In his application to the pardon board, Mr. Silva stated that he fired a warning shot into the air and that he had never met Mr. Silva prior to this incident. The state had witnesses who testified of 4 instances in the 2 years prior to the murder in which Mr. Silva threatened to kill Mr. Kreller. Defense witnesses confirmed the 4 meetings, although they disputed whether it was Kreller who was making the allegations of threatening to kill him, or whether whether Mr. Silva made the allegations on threatening to kill him, or whether Mr. Kreller was the aggressor. But the point, though, is that he was not honest. Shooting one time in the air is clearly inaccurate. Testimony from the state's forensic pathologist, the track of the bullet was inconsistent with a shot into the air. Mr. Kreller was either, in the opinion of the pathologist, was either shorter than Mr. Silva or below Mr. Silva because the track was downward. And very importantly, in my opinion, is the skin around the entrance wound contained stripling, which indicates that the gun was fired a distance 12 to 18 inches away from Mr. Kreller's head in a downward fashion. That's murder, that's not manslaughter. And I disagree with Ms. White and her statement that this is a manslaughter case. So for those reasons, we remain strongly opposed to his request for parole.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Myers. We also have law enforcement opposition from the sheriff and from the Attorney General's office in the record. How about Ms. Holt?
Yes, sir.
We'll go ahead and let you have the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Barra. I would like to acknowledge that this board has a very difficult job and that this is a very, very, very difficult case. And I I would like this board to analyze this case through the lens of Luke's age at the time. He was 18 years old and 4 months. He was a first offender. And while he's not considered a juvenile for purposes of these hearings, the same impulsivity, the same reckless characteristics of children that make them different for sentencing purposes, those don't automatically go away magically the day that somebody turns 18 years old. And so at 18 years old and 4 months, Luke Silva had those same characteristics of impulsivity, recklessness, and that all manifested into an unspeakable and unforgivable act of violence. He doesn't make excuses for that. What is also clear in people that commit crimes very, very early in life is that they have a profound capacity for rehabilitation and for change. And that is evident in this case too, from an honest or objective review of Luke's record. Throughout the past 29 years, he has transformed from the person that he was into a person who is now self-described as a pillar of his community. There's letters of support from the warden and the assistant warden of his camp. He's one of the few trustees over at Camp D, and he is called on, in addition to his normal job and his volunteer work, he is called upon to do anything, and he does whatever is asked of him. In August, he almost had a heat stroke because he was running around all day long, setting things up and taking things down. He doesn't shy away from hard work. He has an open door policy with his fellow inmates. As you see from the letters that we submitted from other inmates, he's taught people how to read. He's brought people closer to God. He's gone to the cell blocks to minister to people in their time of need. And he uplifts people. And clearly the capacity for change that has led to different considerations for youthful offenders is clear in this case. So we would ask this board to consider all of these factors. We know that this is a very difficult case. We know that there is very intense opposition. If there's any specific question as to the crime itself or to anything in the record, either Luke Silva or myself can answer those questions, but we would Luke has a very, very supportive family and community, as evident from all the people that are gathered here today and others that are watching. He has multiple different options for places to live and to work. The environment that he came from is very different than the environment that he would be going back to. He'd be going to the parole project, and then he would be going to his long-term residence plan, either with his mother or with Judge White. And so for all of these reasons, we would ask this board to consider everything that Luke has done. In addition to the programs that were mentioned, Luke also took it upon himself to take correspondence courses to become certified physical trainer and nutritionist. And there's other things that he's done that he hasn't gotten certificates for. As mentioned, he You know, he came to the aid of a guard who was being attacked by other people. He comes to the aid of people all the time who are in need. And he would continue to do that if granted the opportunity for a second chance. He is a first offender. He has a very low risk of recidivism. And he's the living embodiment that even people that commit senseless acts of violence in their youth they have a capacity for change. So we would ask this board to consider this case and to grant his opportunity for his request for parole within the conditions deemed appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, your case is assigned to me, so I only have one small question. What were y'all fighting about? What was the whole argument about?
Yes, sir. Our group of friends, they didn't get along. There was a lot of back and forth, a lot of he said, she said type of things. And this particular night, that was just carry over from that.
So y'all were fighting about nothing?
There was a girl involved where one of his friends was messing with the girl who was a girlfriend, one of my friends. And like I said, one thing led to another, and the two groups of friends, they just didn't like each other at all. So yes, sir, basically we were fighting over nothing.
All right. That's the only question I had. Anybody else has another question?
No, I have no questions.
All right, I guess it's time to vote. Before I vote, I just want to say, like Ms. Hogan said, this is one of the toughest cases that we've had. We have two families with both have big losses and over nothing that we finding out, you know, that this all happened over nothing. Luke, you're a true first offender with a good prison record. I got many letters of support from inmates and others about you, and this is just a tragedy. I have just as many letters against you. So it just makes it a major tragedy. Today, I'm gonna have to vote to deny your parole due to the violent nature of the crime committed with a gun and the strong law enforcement opposition and victim opposition. And also that you haven't only served 30 years of what would have been a life sentence and now 75. So you haven't even gotten to the halfway mark yet of the reduced sentence. So at this point, I can't vote to let you out. But I'll recommend that you continue with your good work in prison. You continue following the Lord, that you apply again when you're eligible. You're still a young man. And I wish you good luck, but I can't vote to let you out after 30 years for this kind of crime.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Renata?
All right, Mr. Silva, I was not present at your pardon hearing, so I didn't vote on that decision. But I want to commend you for you know, all the good work you're doing in prison. You do a tremendous service to your community, and I agree with what was said over here, that maybe that's God's calling for you at this time, in this season of your life. And we spoke of second chances, and you have gotten a second chance. You got numbers on your sentence instead of life, which means you have a good time there, and you can work. You know what you can do to work towards that. You know, I looked at same thing Mr. Barra did, and the amount of time served on the new reduced sentence of 75 years, 30 years is not enough. So based on that and the opposition that's been expressed today, my vote today is to deny your parole. And I do urge you to keep doing your good work. And thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Tillis?
Mr. Sylvan, I'd like to commend you too on the work that you're doing there. I've been involved in prison ministry, and I'm glad to see that you are doing something constructive. My vote today is to deny because of the opposition and the seriousness of the crime.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Silva, Today your parole has been denied. I encourage you to apply again when you're eligible. And this will conclude our business today. Mr. Silva. Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is October 23rd, 2024, and the time is 10:45 a.m. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are Mr. Chuck Tillis to my left and Ms. Cheryl Renatza to my right. The panel today is at headquarters in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Our remote location is Louisiana State Penitentiary. Mr. Kirkpatrick, can you give us your full name and DOC number for the record?
William Frederick Kirkpatrick. What is DOC number? 100-337.
Thank you. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the process. I'm going to read some information into the record, ask you to verify it. Then we're going to give you a chance to speak and tell us what caused your incarceration and why you should be released. We're going to ask the warden a couple of questions, and then we'll allow public comments. 3 supporters and 3 in opposition. Then we'll have a district attorney give a statement if one's present, and then we'll conduct the parole interview. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. He's going to take the lead on the interview. So let's begin. Today we have for parole consideration Frederick Kirkpatrick, DOC number 100337, who's a second felony offender who was convicted of first-degree murder at a trial by jury on December 12, 1982, and on January 21st, 1983, was sentenced to death. Then, on February 17th, 1994, was resentenced to life without the benefit of probation, parole, or suspension of sentence. And that sentence was later commuted by Governor Edwards from life to 99 years with parole eligibility after 40 years, giving you a parole eligibility date of 8/1/2021, a good time date of 9/13/30, and a full term date of 3/8/81. Does that sound correct to you, Mr. Kirkpatrick?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the first question is, what did you do to cause your incarceration? And why do you think now would be a good time for us to vote to release you?
It's January the 27th, 1982. Myself and my co-defendant was on hitchhiking from Meridian, Mississippi to New Orleans, Louisiana, looking for work. Mr. Stephen Renowski picked us up and offered us a place to stay in his place that night. In the course of that evening, Mr. Renowski made sexual advances towards me and my co-defendant. I'm sitting on the couch and Mr. Renowski sits down beside me and he reaches under the couch and pulls out a stack of hardcore pornography books. He places his hand on my knee and asks me if I'm interested in looking at it. And I take his hand off my knee and told him no. This upset Mr. Renowski. A few minutes later, Mr. Renowski got up and went to the back room, and my co-defendant followed him. A minute or two later, my co-defendant come walking out into the living room, and he had a fear on his face, and he's walking towards the door. I turned and looked, and Mr. Renowski is standing there, and he's very upset. And as I focus in on him, he has a pistol in his hand. And he said right when he was coming in the door, this is not going to happen like the last time. I totally don't know what is happening or what to expect. I reach and grab a glass object that's sitting on the coffee table and I threw it and I hit Mr. Renowski. And the instant I seen it did not have the effect that I was expecting, I reached and grabbed a knife sitting on the table and I stabbed Mr. Renowski twice. When this happened, I went outside to the back of the yard, and I went out there to try to clear my head and process what had just happened. I stayed out there about 10 minutes or so. When I come back around to the front of the house, my co-defendant was putting something in Mr. Renowski's back of his truck. He grabbed me by the arm and told me, he said, "Get in the truck, let's go." We did that. We drove back to Mississippi. I did not know Mr. Renowski had been shot until I got arrested. I did not know my co-defendant had brought his pistol back with us until a detective told me that he got the gun from my co-defendant, Charles Faulkner.
you stabbed him first and then he shot him?
Yes, sir.
All right. So why would today be the good day to vote to let you out after doing something like that?
I came to Angola, I came to jail when I was 24 years old. I was dysfunctional. I was an addict. I was bitter. I was selfish. I was irresponsible. I had no sense of direction, none whatsoever. From the time I was 14 years old until as long as I can remember, until I got arrested on this charge, I was always told by the adults in my life that I would never achieve nothing. I believed that subconsciously. By the grace of God and the programs that's been afforded me here at Angola, that person is not sitting in front of you this morning. I came to live in Maine prison in March of 1994. 2 weeks after I came to Maine prison, I enrolled in the GED program. At the same time, I signed up for the RCIA class, which is the class you go through to be confirmed Catholic. In April of 1994, I was confirmed Catholic. This set me on a path that changed my whole life completely. And in June of 1994, I received my GED. This was the first time that I really seen that I could achieve. That all I've been told was a lie. From October of 94 until August of 1997, I worked for Prison Enterprise at Metal Fab. I worked in the machine shop. I learned to operate every piece of machinery in that shop. In August of 1997, I enrolled in NOBTS, which is the Bible college here. I don't have the time and certainly probably couldn't find the words that would adequately explain the impact that 4-year degree program has had and has on my life today. It was life-changing. About midway through that program, there was 12 of us asked if we was interested in being in a class that was offered by the Diocese of Baton Rouge, a 3-year program called Foundations for Ministry. We all took the opportunity to do it. That moved my faith from my head to my heart. And the impact is I would spend all day trying to explain to you or give you some idea of the impact of that had on me and has on me today. I have been a tutor in the Bible college for 18 years. I have watched students transform and their faith move from their head to their heart. With the help of some very good professors, God transforms. I've watched so many people transform, given the ability and the tools to go back out into population and to evangelize their environment. I don't look at that as being a job. It is one of my 2 jobs. I look at it as being a blessing for me to be able to help in any way I can for this to happen. I've seen so many students. Half of Project Parole graduated from the Bible college. In, I think it was 2008, 7 of us graduates from the ministry, Foundation for Ministry class was asked if we wanted to do, interested and volunteered to do confirmation retreats. And by the way, once we finished Foundation for Ministry, we was commissioned by the Bishop of Baton Rouge as Catholic peer ministers. That made us able to do devotional services. It made us able to teach RCIA classes. It made us able to co-facilitate other foundation classes. And most importantly, it made us able to bring communion to people that's locked in cells and people on the hospital ward. We jumped at the chance to do confirmation classes. The response that we received, confirmation classes for students 17, 18 years old. Usually there'd be about 25 students and there'd be about 20 chaperones. Chaperones was parents, grandparents, godparents. You never know who was going to show up as a chaperone. We've had police officers there. We've had, I think, 1 state senator come with somebody. The effects feedback that we got off them retreats was simply amazing. And really all we did, they would come in, do a tour, come in, spend about 4 hours with us. There would be 3 of us give presentations. We would tell about how we was raised, how we got off into whatever the drugs, the alcohol that got us into the crime we doing time for. We always took responsibility for our actions. We always acknowledged the victims and the people that we hurt, that suffered because of our actions. And we always made those kids one promise. We told them, be confirmed, live out your faith, embrace it. And we always made them a promise at every retreat. We promise you that if you will be confirmed, embrace your faith, and live it out, you will never, ever regret it. We got so much feedback from the kids, from the chaperones. Sometimes I don't know which one was impacted the most, the chaperones or the kids. We certainly was. And we couldn't understand for a long time why the impact we was having on these people was what it was. Jay Jackson told us one day, he said, you stand up before these people, you take your responsibility, you acknowledge the people that you have hurt drastically in your life, and they see you as human beings. And that really, really blew us away, that we was able to do that, and they looked at us like that. One of the most impacted classes, things that I've done here, I was asked to co-facilitate the first, and as far as I know, the only Kairos 3-day retreat for death row in the United States. I watched 10 men come off death row and spend 3 days with Kairos volunteers. I watched God change their whole life. It impacted them in a way I could not believe. One of those 10 men was into Satan worship. That man left that 3-day retreat with a personal relationship with Christ. I go back to them Kairos retreats every week for the weekly meeting, and they are stronger today than they was when they had that. Kairos is, I mean, it was an amazing thing to see those Kairos volunteers go in there and show those men by their example Christ's love and how that impacted their life. But that's Kairos. Another really impactful thing that we volunteered, Miss Amy Aber and Dr. Gamble organized a Christmas banquet for TU mental patients. And Dale Carnegie sponsored it. And for up until COVID, there would be 4 or 5 of us take the food over there, and we would serve the food, and we watched the mental health patients come out of their cells, spend 3 or 4 hours enjoying meals, enjoying games, enjoying music, and you could see the radiance on their face that they wasn't in prison no more. That was impactful for me. I mean, very impactful. I have volunteered for co-facilitate 12-step classes. I've volunteered to co-facilitate other foundation classes. I do Bible studies. I've worked 12 years at the rodeo as a volunteer to help raise money for Dale Carnegie, which I'm a member of. I've worked in the business shed for AA and for LJYA to help them raise money, concessions. I have come to understand my biggest understanding in ministry and what I have been taught and what God has blessed me with is simply the ministry of presence. That means you be there for a person. A lot of times you don't use words. You be present, you listen, and you let that person know that you care about that person. I have done a lot of ministry in this prison one-on-one. I've talked to wardens from all across the United States that used to come in here, and they would meet with three or four of us tutors and spend 2 or 3 hours with us. They came here to see what moral rehabilitation was about. And some of them was completely shocked what they seen in Angola. And we would share our stories with them, and we would tell the impact of the Bible College had on our life and how it equipped us to go back out into our environment and evangelize it. I've talked to groups of people that Mr. Valdez brings in here to the ranch house 5 or 6 times. He is the one that orchestrated the building of Our Lady of Guadalupe Chapel and remodeling St. Augustine. He used to bring busloads of people up to the ranch house. A lot of these was people's sons and daughters. And there would be 3 or 4 of us called up here to share our story. I have a reentry plan, which consists of parole project, and they are very well equipped to help me to readjust. I have all intentions of being involved in AA and NA classes when I get out of here, not just to help me, because I fully understand addiction, alcohol, or drugs, there's no cure for it. There's never a cure for it. It's a process, lifelong process. But I also want to be involved with them to help other people, because I know the consequences of alcohol and drugs. I know what they do. I have all intentions of embracing these programs. I've come to know so many people in the Diocese of Baton Rouge that is connected with churches and Catholic charities, and I plan on doing everything I can to give back what God has given me since I've been here. My long-range plan is I want to go, me and my fiance, she's been coming here for 31 years. She's been a reporter in Worcester, Massachusetts for 36 years. She has tremendous contacts these people are more than willing to embrace me and help me in any way they can. My long-range plan is for us to be married and transfer parole to Massachusetts. I have a job here in Louisiana. I have a job offer in Massachusetts. Tanya's family is perfectly willing to embrace me and help me in any way they can. My family is perfectly willing to embrace me in any way they can. So I'm set for that. I'm confident in that. My major mission in life, and I want the board to understand this, is to wherever I go, is to be an agent of change, not one of destruction. Because the first part of my life was just that. And there's no way I can sit here and try to express to you people what the programs, what God has done through the people that he's put in my life in the last 42 and a half years. That in no way makes up for my actions. That in no way makes up for it. But it gives me the incentive to try to help other people and try to help other people to get on the path that can move them in the direction that they come to accept their responsibility and move forward and help other people. Thank you.
Thank you. Warden, you have anything to tell us about Mr. Kirkpatrick?
Mr. Kirkpatrick represented himself well. He went over all his achievements while he was here. I will say that he hasn't had in the 42 years here, he has a total of 14 DV reports, the last one being in 2002. So, I mean, I really can't say much more. He represented himself well.
Okay. We have a list of people in support, and we have some that would like to speak. So we'll let John Robson, professor, speak.
You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you for letting me be here and to express my support and recognition for Fred. I want you to understand that I've been coming to Angola as an educator and as a minister of the gospel, and also a professor from New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary for a long time. I started in '95, being the first administrator of the Bible College. And I have continued to affiliate even after I have retired. I was the first, and I don't know if there is another one, but I was, excuse me, the first higher education coordinator in DOC history. Warden Kane hired me as a part of his staff. It was part-time, fortunately. He wanted me to come full-time, and I told him I couldn't. I had too many other ministries. And so he split mine up and still called it a 40-hour week, and he gave other pieces of it to other people. And Warden Renazzo would probably know about that deal and probably had to sign off on it. But the point is this: I've been around the block with these guys. I know them well. And I have seen over 600 guys go through our school. And now there are about 300 or so out on the street. And I don't know a single, I know we've had one go back to prison, but we've not had any others. And they're all formidable citizens. And they have good jobs. And when they marry, they have great marriages. And they have good places, and they end up in the local churches. 100% of our graduates have ended up in the local churches. That speaks highly. Now, what's going on here? Fred is, and I want to say this very quietly, Fred is the greatest example of corrections that I know. He is the greatest example of rehabilitation that I know. And I have to tell you this: there's not been another man in my dealing with people who has been more rehabilitated than he. And I can tell you the truth, he is a total low risk person. He is never going to revert to his evil ways without it being able to slay him. If he did, he would just choose not to be a part of it. And that's an unrealistic statement. But the truth is, he is a leader among the men wherever he goes. I really don't think that it's hard to see why you should allow him to take the next step. But I don't want to be presumptive and tell you, as a citizen of Louisiana, your job. But I certainly want to recommend a positive response in this inquiry. Because you have before you a guy who grew up in Mississippi, and his language, his grammar, his accent shows it. But look how far he's come. And you've got such a wonderful presentation in this man personally that I'm praying for you. And I hope that you have the gift of wisdom, and that is seeing things from God's point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Joy Jackson with the Catholic Ministries.
Yes, Jay Jackson.
Jay, I'm sorry, it's on the paper.
Not a problem, I just didn't want any confusion.
Sorry.
Again, my name is Jay Jackson. I served as the Catholic chaplain at Eagle from 1999 to 2001. Since you're retired, but I was very active up there, and I got to know Fred quite well. And I'm honored to be here in his behalf because I'm speaking for someone who I would honestly claim is probably the hardest worker that we ever had in any of our Catholic ministries. He's achieved more academically than anybody that ever has gone through any of the programs. He's been involved with almost all of them and completed it. And one of them he didn't mention, which to me was probably the most challenging, is he completed a 3-year program out of Loyola University. It's the LIMEX program. It's a 3-year graduate level course. And the reason I want to mention that to you is because I know people who have gone through it. It takes a lot of discipline, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of reading and a lot of writing. And in order for you to complete that course, it takes a commitment. And that speaks very highly, I think, also. And as far as participation, he's accomplished a lot. But what I'm really more impressed with than anything else is Fred's participation in all the things that we did in our Catholic ministry. He was always in church on the weekends, always present in any activities that we may have. He spoke about the confirmation retreats. Those were very, very impactful. I had someone just recently tell me that his talk had such an impact on him that it brought them back to church. And we're talking about high school junior. And that really says a lot when you can reach the high school junior and have them really think about their future and talk about their commitment to the church. And Fred has that kind of impact. People say that he's very genuine. Listen to him talk. Fred's like that every day. I mean, he can talk with passion, and he does a wonderful job. One of the other things I really think highly of Fred is that during my time as the chaplain there are people who you know who are troubled, who may be new to Angola or going out separate ways. Fred was kind of like a mentor. I could send Fred out and say, look, just put your arm around, just give him a hug, tell him that everything's gonna be okay. And let him know that you're there from that ministry of presence he talked about. It's so true, and Fred lives that. And so many people, I think because of Fred's maturity and his commitment and his genuineness, I think people were able to see that with Fred. And he really helped a lot of fellow inmates out when they were going through some troubled times. I can go on and on, and I don't have a limit here. I just want you all to consider it. He's a wonderful man. I'm personally very honored to be here because I think so highly of Fred. I think he will be a wonderful asset to any community he gets in. And I appreciate it if you give him a favorable review. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have Sarah Ottinger. Oh, hold on, we're gonna save Sarah for later. Mr. Kerry Myers.
Good morning, Mr. Barra and the board. I'm not going to take up a lot of time because Dr. Robson, Mr. Jackson, and Fred himself articulated everything so well. We want to let you know that Parole Project is here for Fred for his transition. We're prepared to offer him long-term housing until he can get himself in a position to transfer and get a parole transfer to Massachusetts if that is his long-term plan. We're prepared to help support him with transitional housing and programming. 42 years incarceration leaves a big gap in knowledge as far as the world, and we're prepared to help him through that. I personally know Fred. I've known him for at least 30 years. And I can tell you that everything that you've heard today, I can echo, and I just won't continue to take a lot of time. Fred is genuine. That's exactly who he is. And so I would just ask this board today to consider everything Warren Olivo has said, Dr. Robson has said, Mr. Jackson has said, and Fred himself has, I think, laid himself open in front of this board and granted his parole today.
Thank you. We also have in support Karen McGrath, a family member on Zoom, Charles McGrath, family member on Zoom, Alicia Pascal, a friend on Zoom, Emily Frobia, a friend and a ministry partner on Zoom, Andrew Connor, a brother-in-law in support on Zoom, Kelsey Simmons, a friend in support on Zoom, James Pitchford in support on Zoom, Emerson Simmons, a friend in support on Zoom, Sarah Kirkpatrick, a sister-in-law in support at LSP, Eddie Kirkpatrick, a brother in support at LSP, Angelo Zeke, Catholic deacon in support at LSP. Tanya Connor, fiance in support at LSP. Connie Nola, a friend in support on Zoom. We also had a notice from Mr. James Richmond that he's in support, not wanting to speak. So those are the people in support. We have in opposition, Janelle Pedlo, victim's niece. You can speak now. On Zoom. Yes, sir. You don't know how you can hear. You can tell them, check out.
Good morning. Okay, good, thank you. I'm Steve Radasta's niece. Unfortunately, my aunts are not with us anymore. They've all passed away. I can't explain how difficult this whole process has been throughout the years and how this tore our family apart. Good morning. Okay, good, thank you. I'm Steve Radasta's niece. Unfortunately,
Do you have it playing on YouTube also?
I'm Steve Radasta's niece. Unfortunately,
Have to disconnect from the YouTube.
YouTube also? Yes. I can't get it off though. How do I get it off YouTube? Oh, Philly. I'm Steve Radasta's niece. Unfortunately, can you get this?
Have to disconnect from the YouTube.
I'm sorry. Yes. I can't get it off though. Can you get that off? How do I get it off YouTube?
Oh, you just got off the whole thing.
Did I cut the whole thing off?
Now it looks like you've muted yourself again.
How is that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I apologize for that. I'm not the techie person. I'm his niece, and I can't explain or even express how difficult this whole process has been.
Now it looks like you've muted yourself again.
How did I do that? How's that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I apologize for that. I'm not the techie person. I'm his niece, and I can't explain or even express how difficult this whole process has been.
Now it looks like you muted yourself again.
Oh, I have.
How's
that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, I apologize for that. I'm not the techie person. I'm his niece, and I can't explain or even express how difficult this whole process has been.
Now it looks like you muted yourself. And so you can talk to us on the phone.
The techie person.
She's not answering. Okay, we got you on the phone.
I'm on the phone with Sharon.
Yes.
All right, we can hear you.
Okay, can I speak now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Kirkpatrick explained what happened. Still?
We hear you.
It's very strange how Mr. Kirkpatrick has changed his life. I can't explain how he's changed our lives.
We hear you.
I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Can you step away from your computer?
Yeah. Yes, 1 second. Okay, is that better? I'll walk away.
Yes,
from the
ma'am.
computer.
Yes, ma'am.
He explained how this has changed his life being in the ministries, and I'm a firm believer in God and ministries. But I can't tell you how much this has changed our lives, and my aunt's lives, my mother's life. Uncle Steve had a very difficult childhood as well. He took care of 9 sisters. 9 sisters. He was a caregiver. They were very poor, they had very little, but he didn't go around murdering. I don't believe he's changed. I didn't hear any remorse. I didn't hear an apology to the family. I didn't hear anything. And I can tell you it's the same thing I saw so many years ago at the trial explaining what happened. Or I'm not sure if that's exactly what happened because it's a little different than what you just explained. Uncle Steve was 65 years old. He was 24. You can't tell me that my uncle, very frail, 65-year-old arthritic person walking around in crutches, took advantage of 2 young men. Mr. Kirkpatrick said he walked outside. Why didn't he keep walking away? Why did he have to come back? And not only did he stab him, he shot him. He shot him in the head. He stabbed him in the stomach. He beat him. I can't, the autopsy was horrible. The heinous, it's a very heinous crime. There's no remorse for that. I beg you not to release him and let him go. God knows he'll do it again. He has a lot of hatred. He never said anything of anger management. He never said anything. And I ask you to please do not give him parole.
Thank you. All right, we also have Judy Criddle, another victim's niece. Want to speak? We also had Steve Wilson, who is opposed, but had trouble traveling to Baton Rouge this morning. But he wanted to get his opposition on record. So we have his opposition noted for the record. And now we're going to hear from Judy Triddle. All right.
My name is Judy Triddle, and I am the niece and godchild of Steve Radasti. First thing I have to say after listening to Mr. Kirkpatrick is he never even pronounced my uncle's name correctly. After all these years, you think he would have had the decency to even learn how to say his name. Second of all I heard from him was I. Nothing about my uncle, nothing about how he was sorry that he did what he did. My uncle was of small stature, and I'm sure that the two, either Mr. Kirkpatrick and his partner, would have more than been able to take him on if what they say he did happened, which I am in full denial of. I can't express to you what it has done to my family, my children, my mother, her sisters, my children. It has just dampened our life. My uncle was a wonderful man. He did everything he could for everyone. And my uncle, when he found out I was getting married, he offered his home, and and the pictures that were taken in his living room of me as a bride have been blemished by the murder scene that I witnessed when I went to his house after he was killed. Please do not let this vicious animal out. He deserves to stay in there for the rest of his life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Also, we have Mr. Butch Wilson with the District Attorney's Office in opposition, wanting to speak. Mr. Wilson?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, and good morning. Mr. Kirkpatrick had an awful lot to say, but I would ask you to take note of what he didn't say about the crime itself. He only told you facts that did not make him look bad. He did not mention the robbery of the victim, in addition to the vicious murder of this poor man, this elderly man, that these two young men beat, stabbed, and then shot. They ransacked his house and robbed him. They then stole his truck full of his property, went to Mississippi, where the report notes that an overwhelming amount of the victim's property was found in Mr. Kirkpatrick's home when he was arrested. He doesn't mention any of that. Most importantly, he does not mention the fact that he and his cohort cut the telephone lines of the victim's home. They cut the man's phone lines. So if he was still alive, he would not have even been able to call for help. This was a robbery murder. That was their intent. This is a vicious man. It was a vicious crime. When he was in jail awaiting trial for this crime, he blinded a cellmate, blinded him. I mean, think about this, about what goes through this man's head. Now, he's had a lot of time to get what he wants to tell you, very polished and down, and he's a good speaker. And he had an awful lot to say about the fact that he has found religion. But and we're very happy for that. Don't get me wrong. But as a man who's found religion, he should know good and well that confession is good for the soul. And he has not confessed before you today. He has not. The victim's nieces are absolutely correct that he has not offered them an apology. He has told you nothing except about himself and all the positive things that in his perception has helped his life out, but they haven't helped out anyone else. Not in our opinion, not as far as the victims are concerned. This was absolutely vicious. This man has no real remorse. He has minimized his conduct to you today, and he has not given you a full confession, nor has he apologized to the victims. He is not deserving of parole. On behalf of the district attorney for the parishes of St. Tammany and Washington, we strongly oppose parole in this case, and we respectfully ask you to deny it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The record also reflects that the sheriff is opposed to this release also. Next, we're going to go to Ms. Ottinger, the attorney for Mr. Kilpatrick.
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks so much for the opportunity to appear in front of you today. I wanted to, because I think this is very important, I want to know if Fred would like to address those concerns.
Yes, you asked me 2 questions and I did not understand I had the opportunity. I had all intentions of starting out by saying I would like to take the opportunity to express my sincere, heartfelt sorrow to Mr. Radowski's people. And I'm sorry that I can't pronounce his name right. I never have been able to pronounce it. I've tried to pronounce it. I took Mr. Radowski's life and I know I am guilty of the grief and sorrow that Mr. Renowski's family has endured for the past 32 years. They have all the right in the world to hate me. There's nothing that I can say that can make a difference in my actions and their loss. There's nothing that I can do that will make a difference in my actions and their loss. Still, I want them to know I take responsibility for causing them the grief and the suffering that I know they have suffered throughout the last 42 years. My family has suffered because of my actions the last 42 years. I installed fear in the parish and the community that this crime happened in. I further reinforced fear in the whole country behind my actions. I understand that my actions has hurt so many people and caused so much pain. I live with that remorse and that guilt every day of my life. Every day. I have relived in my mind January the 27th, the night of January the 27th, 1,000 times. The only factor that I can ever come up with was fear. I want this board to fear that I did not know Mr. Renowski and I did not know what to expect from him. But I want this board to know one thing. I do not use fear as an excuse. I sat in front of you this morning taking responsibility for my actions, no matter what fear was involved. I am responsible for Mr. Renowski's death. I'm responsible for his family's grief and his family's suffering. And I don't try to duck that, and I definitely want to acknowledge it. Thank you.
Thank you. I am going to be brief because I think Fred's record stands for itself. What I want to say is that the Fred at age 24 is not the Fred you see sitting in front of you today. And he touched briefly on what his childhood was like. He was orphaned, and his brother, his twin brother Eddie is here. And Eddie can probably speak a lot better to this than I can. But they were orphaned at age 12. Prior to their mother dying, she worked on a chicken farm. She had a stroke, and following the stroke and it was a heat stroke from working in the heat on the chicken farm. Following the stroke, she was not completely functioning as a mother. Freddie and Eddie were really on their own at age 15. And there was a very strong feeling that nobody cared what happened to them. They lived in abject poverty. Eddie told me that he had to borrow a pair of shoes to go to his father's funeral. And they had no supervision, none. There was nobody there to show them what they needed to do in life. I think it's hard to know, very hard under those circumstances to know what's right from wrong. The second thing that I want to say, because I understand that there is opposition from the police and from the district attorney, that Fred will not be going back into that community. He will be going into a community in Baton Rouge that has a lot of support for him. And that's important, I think. And he will try then to move on to Massachusetts. I've known Fred since 1990, when I was 2. But the man I met in 1990 is not the man he is today. I could not have imagined that he would do as extraordinarily well as he has done. And I really hope that this board will consider releasing him on parole. And I'm here to answer any questions if you have any, obviously.
Your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. You'll go ahead and begin the interview. Question.
This has been coached. How you doing, Mr. Kirkpatrick?
How you doing, sir?
I've reviewed your case from the beginning of the week up until 2:30 this morning. And you explained a lot in your talk. A lot of the questions that I wanted to ask. This has been a roller coaster for me. I'm really happy to see that you've changed your life. The other questions I wanted to ask was, and I think you may have elaborated on it, you all took things from him, robbed him.
You took things from him? You
Yes, sir.
robbed him.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I read where you drove back and you sold these things or you've kept some of them. Can you
No,
hear
sir.
me?
No, sir, there was nothing ever sold or nothing else. The arresting police officers took the stuff from my co-defendant's sister's house.
Okay. I heard in your talk, you said you stabbed him and your friend shot him.
Yes, sir. I did not know Mr. Rodnosky had been shot until I got to Mississippi and I was arrested.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Not you have any question? All right, is the board ready to vote?
I'd like to call for executive session.
I'll second.
Okay. I vote yes.
Sharon Russell?
Yes.
Danny Monroe?
Yes.
Chuck Tilley?
Yes.
All right, boards come back to session from executive session and we'll begin the vote with Mr. Tillis, who's been assigned the case.
Do we have to? Roll call.
Chucky Timmons,
Here.
Dana Barros,
Here.
Cheryl Renata.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We are gonna begin the vote now and we'll begin with Mr. Tillis, who's been assigned the case.
Mr. Kirkpatrick, I commend you on all the wonderful things you've done, and you've come a long way, a very long way. And my heart goes out, but at this time, I'm going to have to deny.
Ms. Renata?
All right, Mr. Kirkpatrick, I saw you in 2020 at your pardon hearing. I think you've learned even to talk even better since then. You like to talk, don't you? That must be one of the things you learned in ministry. I'm very impressed with the work, and I noted on my decision at the pardon board, and I stick by it today. My vote would be to grant your parole because of your extraordinary achievements since incarceration and the positive impact you've had on so many lives. And that would be contingent upon going to the parole project eventually to Massachusetts. I wish you well.
Mr. Kirkpatrick, I have to vote to deny parole. I see in the file where the victim's family had agreed to take the death penalty off the table for life without the eligibility of parole. That was a break by itself. The reduction from a death sentence to life was a reduction. We have strong law enforcement opposition, strong victim opposition, and you also have a good time date as a result of the decision. So that's my vote today. I do encourage you to keep up with the good work that you're doing there. I believe that God needs people like you working for him in jail too. Unfortunately, the crime and the deals and stuff like that was just a little too much. So today, your parole has been denied, but I encourage you to keep up the good work and apply again when you're eligible. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today is October 23rd, 2024. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. Mr. Chuck Tillis is board member to my left, and Ms. Cheryl Natsa to my right. Today, the panel is at headquarters in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. A remote location is Louisiana State Penitentiary, and we're reviewing a case on Mr. Cazenave. Mr. Cazenave, would you please introduce yourself and give us your full name for the record?
My name is Ian Cazenave.
And your DOC number?
255461.
All right. We'll give you a brief explanation of the process. We're going to read some information into the record and ask you to verify it. We're going to give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did that caused your incarceration and why you think you're a good candidate to be released. Then we're going to ask the warden for some questions, and we'll have public comments from supporters, 3, opposition, 3, and we'll conduct a parole interview. Your case has been assigned to me, so I'm going to be the one to take the lead on your interview. So let's begin. Today, we have for parole consideration Ian Cazenave, DOC number 255461, who's a 3rd felony offender, who was convicted of 2nd-degree murder at a jury trial, and on July 15th, 1999, was sentenced to serve life in Jefferson Parish. Your parole eligibility is 6/7/23. You're not eligible for good time. Your full term date is life. And is this information sound correct to you?
Yes.
All right. So the first question goes to.
That's not correct information. If I'm looking at this.
No, he was given a term of 99 years through clemency, Mr. Barra.
So he has an adjusted date of 6/14/2081, a full term of 4/1/2097. Parole eligibility date of 6/7/23. Am I missing anything else?
I got 6/7/23. Okay.
Okay.
All right. We'll go with those corrections. All right, Mr. Cazenave, the first question goes to you. What did you do to cause yourself to go to jail, and why should you be released at this point?
If I may, I would like to apologize to the family of Mr. Rodney Robinson. I'm truly remorseful for my actions, and I pray that the Robinson family can forgive me for the crime that I committed.
Okay.
I'm truly, I take full action for my responsibility. Bad decision-making led to my incarceration up to this date. I participated in the crime that took the life of Mr. Rodney Robinson. I fled the sign cream out of fear, and rather than calling for help or reporting the crime, I did neither. So I'm just as guilty as my co-conspirator, and I take full responsibility for my action.
The second part of the question is, why should he be released?
Well, I learned the cause and effects of my actions. I'm not the same young man that came to prison over 26 years ago. Now, I don't want to be a part of the problem. I want to be part of the solution. Should this board grant me release, I promise not to let this honorable board down.
All right. The first part of the question I was asking you about, what did you do to get in jail? I can fill the gap in right there. On 3/15/98, you were in a vehicle with Isaac Turner. Turner exited and approached the victim and other witnesses and pulled a gun, attempting to rob him. As the victim turned to flee, Turner shot him in the back and then jumped back in the car with you, and you drove off with Turner. Witnesses there said they saw an assault rifle on the front seat of the car with you also. The victim, Rodney Robinson, died at the hospital as a result of his wounds. So that's the why you're here. And then you answered the second part. So Warden, can you tell us a little bit about him, specifically after his last hearing, there was some medical condition. Has his medical condition improved?
So Ian, since the last hearing, he has been going to our unit. He gets dressing changes 3 times a day. He has learned to do these dressing changes himself. He's been working with one of our unit managers on that. So he is able to provide the dressing change and the wound care that he needs himself in a home setting, if that's what y'all choose fit. He will not qualify for nursing home care. That's what y'all tried the last time the board requested. And we went to 14 different nursing homes and they all denied him because he's able to function with his ADLs and things of that nature.
All right. Do you think he'd be more eligible for a medical treatment furlough or something rather than a parole hearing? Or is not?
Medical treatment furlough, you have to go to a nursing home setting or like a hospital setting.
None of them would.
No, none of that. It was 14 of them that we tried, 14 different nursing homes, and they all denied him. So I think today he's opted with his uncle for housing. I think his uncle has agreed for housing. So what we've done over the past year approximately is prepare him how to care for his wound and himself at home. You do see Ian in a wheelchair. He does use that for longer distances, but he transfers himself and he can walk to his wheelchair to his bed. But for long distance, he needs a wheelchair due to the ulcer that's on his foot. So he has a vascular disease that causes ulcers to his foot, blood flow, lack of blood flow.
All right. So basically all the medical stuff has been handled, taken care of. He's not eligible for nursing home. He can change his bandages himself. So this would be like a regular.
It would be a regular parole.
Considerations.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Today we have in support an uncle who would like to speak named Richard Pierre. Mr. Pierre, you can go ahead and speak at this point.
Hello, my name is Richard Pierre. I'm Ian's uncle. I wish he can be paroled to my house, and I'll make sure he goes to his doctor's appointment and whatever else that's need to be done. I'll make sure he does it.
All right, thank you. We also have Mr. Kerry Myers from the Parole Project.
Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me speak on behalf of Mr. Cazenave. Last November, he was granted parole by this board. And because of his medical condition at that time, we could not house him. We were not equipped to handle his medical needs. So as you just heard from Warren Olivo, the attempt was to place him in a nursing home. His wound care over the last year has improved. At this time, should he be paroled today and go to the reason he is here today again is because it took longer than 9 months to address his medical condition. So should he be granted parole today, our case manager based in New Orleans will provide him case management. He will be transported to Baton Rouge at least 1 or 2 days a week during the first several months to undergo programming while in classes. Additionally, our case manager will make sure he's connected to all medical services and any other benefits that he is eligible for. Mr. Cazenave has, while he has sickle cell anemia, which won't go away, his ability to care for himself over the last year and his wounds has improved. So we're able to then now provide that programming for him and continual case management in New Orleans. So it asks this board today to reaffirm the grant of basically a year ago, and we will provide the reentry services. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have Henry Davis, a friend in support at LSP, not speaking. And we have Tiffany Davis, a friend also in support, not speaking at LSP.
Mr. Barr, Henry Davis had intended to speak. I don't know if on the list. The list he filled out at Angola.
All right, we clip, man. Go ahead, Mr. Davis. You can do it.
Good morning, how y'all doing?
Good.
My name is Henry Davis. 7 years ago, I sat on this side of the fence along with Mr. N. And I had the opportunity to stand before y'all on the board, and y'all granted me parole for a life sentence. I stood home on parole for 1 year. I was blessed to come off of parole. I held to what I promised y'all I would do, come home and be a successful working man. I've been working for the last 7 years. I have my own landscaping business. I met Mr. N years ago. I worked on the ward with him for 5 years, and watching his character was a change to my life because he's a very humble man and he's a persistent guy. And he was like what people used to say about me. I wonder how this guy wound up in prison because he's so humble, not knowing his situation. I found out his situation is this morning when he was incarcerated but just watching his character and his lifestyle and his ambition, like I said, it strengthened me in a lot of areas of my life, watching how humble this young man is. Like I said, I learned a lot from him. And, I have my wife here today with me, which is a nurse for the last 17 years. And she's in support of him too. So anybody I'm in support of, she's in support of. So if any kind of way that she can help him and I with transportation or anything, and I reached out with the group, the organization that helped me got paroled, which was Black Men of Labor, and asked for their help with providing him with a job or anything that's needed. And they're supposed to have been in contact the prison and let them know that they're in support of N as well if needed in any kind of area. And like I say, if he's granted parole, like I say, he have our support as well. And that's why I came to support him. And to be honest with you, I have been up here a few times on the board with a few guys, and I only come to support people that is humble and have a change of heart like me. Because I'm not going to come up here and represent somebody that's not ready, because I don't want that blood to be on my hand and when I'm coming back to jail or get killed or anything. So if a person have a change of heart like I do and prepared for the society, I will come speak on their behalf. So that's why I'm here today for N and support of him, feeling as though that he'll be a great product to the community like I was. So that's what I come to on his behalf to share.
Thank you. All right. Next, we'll have Mr. Randall Myers in opposition.
You had indicated there were other victims that were here. Is that correct, or did I miss?
No, I'm being correct. I have a note that we were unable to locate next of kin.
Yeah, that's what I had thought as well. But okay, my the only issue I see is he served right at about 26 years of a 99-year sentence. Otherwise, I prefer to y'all's position.
All right. All right. We also have opposition from the judge who's opposed, the sheriff who's opposed, the chief of police who's opposed, and the attorney general's office who's opposed. And now we'll call on Mr. Lancaster to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Barra. And this case is a little unique in the way in which it comes before the board. Mr. Cazenave was before the parole committee on November 15th of last year as a result of a grant of clemency. At that time, he was granted parole, and as you heard, with the condition that he be placed in a medical facility that would help take care of his wound, which at that point in time was more serious than it is now. And Ms. Sturgeon here at the institution, I did speak with her about all of the efforts to qualify, and he kind of got caught in this catch-22 in which his wound wasn't sort of serious enough to qualify for a place long-term, nor was he old enough for qualifying for a nursing home. And so back in January, I did file a request to the parole committee to respectfully change the reentry plan to allow him to go to his uncle's house in New Orleans, which is actually very close to the FIT clinic at the University Medical Center, where he does receive treatment. Even currently, he has to be transported from Angola to there. As a result of that request back in January, he was set for hearing, which we're doing now in October. Just the time issues that resulted there with the 9 months that had passed since his November hearing, by law, that original parole grant is being revisited today. So we're really here today respectfully asking that his original parole grant be reinstated with the reentry plan to his uncle's house. As you heard from Mr. Meyer at the Parole Project will fully assist. They have staff in New Orleans to assist. Also, we have assurances from First 72 Plus in New Orleans that they're also willing to assist Mr. Cazenave, primarily in any transportation needs he might have. The Parole Project will work to get him set up with all the benefits in which he's entitled to, and assist the uncle in making sure the house is adequately equipped for him to be there. Just a few other notes. Since his last parole hearing, Ian has continued to work to improve himself, not only with the work that he's done by learning more and getting better able to treat his own ulcers on his legs and do his dressings himself, as you heard the warden attest to. He's also participating in additional programming, Thinking for Change, most notably, which I understand from Ian that he'll complete next week. So he with this delay, he's continued to do the work in prison just to make sure that he is better equipped to be successful. As the last committee heard, and as information that I submitted to the committee, he has completed Living in Balance, Victims Awareness, active participant in Alcoholics Anonymous, which he will continue once he is on the outside. So he does have a lot of support. He's done the work in prison. His medical condition is such that he can care for much of it himself, and will be in a position in New Orleans to get the care he needs. Additionally, I'm sure the committee reviewed, I did submit a letter from his treating physician, Dr. Parks at University Medical Center, who sort of agrees with this plan that he be living with his uncle and receive the care at the clinic. And she has been treating Ian for quite some time now in that clinic. So she's confident as his doctor that this could be a successful plan. For these reasons, we respectfully request that his parole granted back in November be reinstated with the reentry plan to the uncle.
Thank you. All right, your case has been assigned to me, so I'm going to be the first one with questions. I saw in your file that you had something from Keep It Real Ministry and Parole Project. Which one of those two do you plan on using if we were to release you?
Could you repeat the question again, please?
I seen a letter from Keep It Real Ministry as a plan, and then you also have a plan with Parole Project. Which one of those we're hopefully using if we grant you parole today?
My plan is to go with the Parole Project.
Okay. Did you testify against the gunman in this case? Did you cooperate and help out with that prosecution?
What prosecution?
Your co-defendant, did you participate in the prosecution of your co-defendant?
No, we was brought to trial together.
Together?
Yes.
All right, and I see back on September 8th, 1993, you were arrested for attempted first-degree murder, but that charge was later refused on 10/6/93. What was the circumstances involving that case?
I was arrested for attempt murder, and whoever the attempt was on, I guess they went to the DA or something and got the charge dropped because I stayed in jail 45 days and they dismissed the charges.
Did you know who the victim was?
Yes.
What happened then? Was that some sort of domestic thing, or what kind of thing was that? Over what?
I was living with this victim.
Missing? Girlfriend?
Yes.
Girlfriend? Right. I think that's all the questions I had at this time. Mr. Tillis, you have any questions?
Oh, no, I have no questions.
But you, Mr. Malcolm, you have any questions? None? I'll ask for executive session.
I'll second.
Jennifer Nelson,
Yes.
Danny Bowers,
Yes.
Chuck Tillis.
Yes.
Yes.
So
You.
Right, we're called back to order. Danny Barra present.
Danny Barros,
Present.
Sharon Nelson,
Yes.
Chuck Tillers.
Here. All right, we are ready to vote. And I'll vote first. I'm gonna vote to grant you parole today. To the parole project for 1 year minimum. I'm also basing that on the previous recommendation of the previous board from 11/15/23. We also, this board is gonna add electronic monitoring as a special condition with a curfew of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And you line that up with probation and parole, your officer there, that you're gonna attend AA or NA meetings 3 times a week, which was a condition from the prior board. And that you're gonna do a substance abuse evaluation and treatment upon your release, set up by the parole project and monitored by them.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Tillis,
I concur with Mr. Morris.
Ms. Renata?
My vote is the same, to grant to the Louisiana Parole Project and all the special conditions that, Mr. Barra stated. So good luck to you, so.
Make sure you follow all the conditions because you're not gonna get another chance.
Thank you.
Get a break. So this will, Mr. Cazenave, today your parole has been granted conditionally, and this will conclude our business with you. All right, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is October 23rd, 2024. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. Mr. Chuck Tillis is on my left, Ms. Cheryl Renatz is on my right. The panel's here at headquarters, and the remote location is Louisiana State Penitentiary. We're here to look at a case on Troy Keys. Mr. Keys, would you please introduce yourself by giving me your full name and your DOC number?
My name is Troy Narell Keys, and my DOC number is 390350.
All right, we'll give you a brief explanation of the process. We're going to read some information to the record, ask you to verify it, and we're going to give you a chance to speak. Tell us what you did that caused your incarceration and why you should be released. Then the warden's going to answer us a couple of questions. We're going to have comments from your supporters, 3, and we'll have comments from opposition, 3, and then we'll conduct a parole interview. The case is assigned to Mr. Tillis, so he's going to be the one to ask you the first questions and cast the first vote. Today we have for parole consideration Troy Keys, DOC number 390350, who's a first felony offender who was convicted of second-degree murder at a trial by jury on December 5th, 1997, and was sentenced to life in Orleans Parish. Your parole eligibility date is June 8th, 19. Not eligible for a good time date, and your full term date is life. Does that sound correct? All right, so the first question goes to you. What did you do to cause yourself to be in jail? And why should we be considering your release today? Why are you a good candidate? We can't hear him.
You're on mute.
You can hear me now?
Now.
Okay, the first thing I would like to do is extend my deepest apologies and my most sincere remorse to James Baxter's family, Ms. Linda Jean Pierre, Elmo Bush, and a friend of his, a guy named Toriano Jordan, also his mother, and any other relatives and friends he may have for what I've done to their lives and to their loved one, you know. Today, I come before this board in honesty and in truth, confessing that on March the 10th, I took the life of James Baxter. And I have been in pain behind it. I have been confused behind it. And I'm really just getting to the point of openly confessing that what I had done, you know, and it has been a long journey for me. It has been a very long journey for me. And I just pray that over the course of this meeting, my rehabilitation and my maturity will be demonstrated.
Thank you for your input. Warden, do you have anything to add about his behavior or anything we might want to know about?
So he is a medium custody offender that's assigned to our Spruce 3 unit. He works in our eye clinic. So I did reach out to the eye clinic staff to just find a little feedback about Mr. Keys because I personally have never worked with him. So in the eye clinic, he helps cut the lenses for the eyeglasses in the optical area and puts the glasses together. He also repairs the eyeglasses not only for the offender population here at LSP, but some other institutions as well, like DCI and like Elaine Hunt, if I'm not mistaken. He has a total of 34 DB reports, with the last report being in 2021. He did get his GED while he was in prison, trauma healing, 100 hours, anger management, BMP, and I think he's currently enrolled in Thinking for a Change. But that's all I have to add, other than they did say he's a very hard worker and he will work circles around anyone in the eye clinic.
All right. We have several supporters here today. Let's see. We have Miss Cynthia Keys. Your
Yes.
mother would like to speak. Go ahead, Miss Keys.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Keys. I am the mother of Troy Keys and his 3 siblings, Tamara, Frank, and Reginald Keys. Troy and his siblings attended school every day and was active in school as well as in church. Troy was baptized at an early age and served as a junior usher in church. The key word in my life was always prayer. In 1994, I endured 2 devastating occurrences in my life as a parent. Troy's arrest and Tamara, his sister, was in need of a liver transplant. I thank God for forgiveness and the beautiful transformation and purpose he has given Troy in his new life. I have been living in my home for 31 years and I am prepared for Troy's transition should he be released. Troy will have the utmost support and love from family, friends, organizations, and church family as he re-enters into society. Sincerely, Cynthia Keys.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll hear from Mr. Kerry Myers now.
Good afternoon, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. Mr. Keys is a juvenile lifer and here under Miller Montgomery, which gave parole eligibility along with the legislation in 2017 to people who committed their crimes before they were age 18. Mr. Keys was 16 at the time he committed that crime, which reflects the court's decision based on the brain science that juveniles are not as culpable as adults. While he's absolutely taking responsibility for his actions, we know what the brain science says about the impulsivity of juveniles and their inability to make clear, rational decisions. The idea is that they have a meaningful opportunity for release as they grow and mature. He's served 30 years now of his sentence. He's completed plumbing. He's completed NCCER core. He's earned his GED. He continues to be in programming, as the warden just told you. He's about to complete Thinking for a Change. Parole Project was initially started to help juvenile lifers. Since then, we've expanded our scope, but it's people like Mr. Keys who we fully understand are capable of change and growth and maturity. Most of our staff is former juvenile lifers. So we just asked this board to consider Mr. Keys today in his petition for parole. We support him. We'll continue to support him, whatever this board's decision is today. Mr. Keys understands after meeting with him that we will be behind him and supporting him no matter what happens. And we just ask this board to consider granting his parole today.
Thank you. We also have Chantel Charles in support of friend at LSP, not wishing to speak. We have Larry Alford, a friend at LSP, not wishing to speak. Burnell Gloop, a friend at LSP, not wishing to speak. And Kunta Gable, a friend at LSP, not wishing to speak. Joanne Dason, the victim's sister, on Zoom, not speaking. And I have a list of people from LSP that when y'all wrote your names down, y'all didn't write it very clear. So anybody who's there that I have not called and said they're in support, besides the attorneys, would y'all please come on the record, say your name and that you support? Did I call everybody's name?
Call everyone's name.
Okay, great. All right, so that leaves us with 3 attorneys. All y'all or one of y'all? We have Robert Lancaster, Great Richard, and Adrienne Hutchinson want to speak.
Good afternoon, board. Adrienne Hutchison here, attorney for the LSU Law, Parole, and Reentry Clinic. I have second-year law student Grace Richard with us. She has helped Mr. Keys throughout the process of preparing for parole. She is not Rule 20 certified, but she is prepared to make a statement in support of Mr. Keys.
All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Grace Richard, and I'm a second-year law student assisting Mr. Troy Keys in this matter. My supervisor today is Ms. Adrienne Hutchinson. Like she said, I am not certified under Rule 20, but if the board deems it appropriate, I am prepared to make a statement in support of his release. Mr. Keys is 47 years old. He's been incarcerated for 30 years. He was arrested at 16 years old and was sentenced to life at 18. Mr. Keys comes before this honorable committee eligible for parole by the United States Supreme Court cases of Miller versus Alabama and Montgomery versus Louisiana, as well as Act 277 of the Louisiana legislature. Our judicial system gives juveniles a second chance. In Roper versus Simmons, the Supreme Court held that juveniles have a lack of maturity and underdeveloped sense of responsibility. They are more vulnerable or susceptible to outside influences, and their personality traits are not as well formed as that of an adult. And that it is morally misguided to equate the failings of a minor with those of an adult, as therefore a greater possibility exists that a minor's character deficiencies will be reformed. In Miller, the court used these findings from Roper and held that a sentence of mandatory life without parole for youthful offenders violates the Eighth Amendment's prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment. The court further reasoned that a mandatory imposition of life without parole for minors violates the principles of proportionality, as there is a difference between adults and juveniles, as children have a diminished culpability and greater prospects for reform. In Montgomery, the Supreme Court held that the opportunity for release will be afforded to those who demonstrate the truth of Miller's central intuition, and that children who commit crimes are capable of change. Thus, in compliance with the Supreme Court's rules, states are required to provide juvenile offenders with a meaningful opportunity to obtain release based on demonstrated maturity and rehabilitation. Members of this honorable committee, Mr. Keys comes before you as someone who has demonstrated maturity and rehabilitation. He grew up in the Calliope Projects, or B.W. Cooper apartments in New Orleans. From the 1970s to the 90s, those apartments were the center of drug dealing rivalries. During Troy's early teenage years, the violence not only continued, but it escalated. And at 15 years old, Troy had witnessed a murder right outside of his home. As teens, Mr. Keys' friends had succumbed to the drug dealing life perpetuated in this neighborhood. And at 14 years old, he had too. In his world, drugs were attractive. That was the environment. It was what everyone did. And as an adolescent, he ended up falling into that same habit. As the Supreme Court duly noted, children are more vulnerable to negative influences and outside pressures, including from their peers. They have limited control over their environment and lack the ability to extricate themselves from horrific crime-producing settings. Troy was not surrounded by people who aspired to go to college or had great careers. He was surrounded by violent crime and drug use. And the Supreme Court recognized this influence that peers in the environment can have on a juvenile, on a child. Mr. Keys was put into Orleans Parish Prison when he was 16 years old and remained there until he was 18 years old, when he was moved to this maximum security prison, and he has been here ever since. Upon his arrival to LSP, anger and sadness consumed him. He felt like he was going to die here. He felt hopeless. This anger translated into disobedience and accumulated in several write-ups, which is typical behavior in an adolescent sentenced to life in prison or incarcerated in general. These feelings of anger translated into severe drug use, and Mr. Keys struggled with substance abuse for many years. Drugs were an artificial freedom from his eternity behind bars. However, he turned his life over to God and renounced his dependency on drugs. And over these last 2.5 years, Mr. Keys has demonstrated maturity and rehabilitation. He has immersed himself in the peer-led, faith-based substance abuse program, New Men Ministries. He is an honorary New Men mentor, and he conducts classes, motivations, and has 24-hour access to come and go from any of the dorms on this property. He was offered to live in the new men's sober living community, but he chose to stay in his dorm, Spruce 3, the same dorm where he struggled with drugs and the same dorm where he overcame this abuse. He wanted to use his newfound leadership role to help the men of Spruce 3 overcome their destructive behavior. This program gave him a space to recognize his anger and destructive behavior, understand his addiction, and process the trauma of incarceration. Alongside new men, Mr. Keys is an assistant pastor with sound doctrine. Every Sunday, he conducts services in his dorm, Spruce 3. He volunteers his time, helping men with reading, writing, their substance abuse, and baptizes them should they request it. He is dedicated to serving others, especially those struggling with addiction. His contribution to others through new men and sound doctrine demonstrates his maturity in rehabilitation, that he is no longer the selfish teenager he once was, and they have provided Mr. Keys with valuable tools to be successful in the free world. Mr. Keys came into LSP with an 8th grade education. However, now he has earned his high school equivalency diploma. As the record shows, he has taken several vocational courses, which have allowed him to work at the Robert E. Barrow Eye Clinic. His work has been recognized by LSP staff. As Dr. Johnson wrote, Mr. Keys is a shining example of reformation and the potential for positive change in society. His journey from an offender to a productive citizen is a testament to the transformative power of rehabilitation. His education, vocational skills, and work history have provided him with marketable skills should he be released. Additionally, Mr. Keys has taken several behavioral programs. He's currently in Thinking for a Change and a substance abuse program provided by LSP. He's also taken anger management, where Mr. Keys has been able to be aware of the consequences of his daily choices and understand the different triggers and how to avoid them. He's taken Life's Healing Choices and Healing Group and has encouraged him to lean on men who've had similar life experiences and encourage him to use his faith to maintain sobriety. These programs have demonstrated that Mr. Keys is a rehabilitated, matured man who no longer succumbs to the same habits he once did as a juvenile and young adult. Should he be granted release, Mr. Keys will reside with the Louisiana Parole Project. He will live in their redemption homes and take several classes to assist in his transition. He will work with the social worker several times a week and create a viable substance abuse plan. After the Parole Project, he will be transitioned to live with his mother in New Orleans, and he will work with the Parole Project to secure job placement in New Orleans. Upon release, Mr. Keys will be assessed by the Capital Area Human Services. He will likely be placed in a non-intensive treatment program and provided with programming like continuing care groups and cognitive behavioral therapy. With these continuing care groups, he would be with peers who struggle with similar issues and listen to their strategies of maintaining sobriety. Through behavioral therapy, he will practice different thinking processes, different ways to cope with his substance abuse issues, and address his thoughts, actions, and behaviors that led him to substance abuse. And he would remain with Capital Area until a clinician certifies that he has satisfactorily completed his treatment. Mr. Keys has demonstrated maturity in rehabilitation. He admits that his violent environment as a child put him in a life of crime, and he is very remorseful for the death of Mr. Baxter. He has used his time while incarcerated to be a minister of faith, gain sobriety, and become a valuable member of his community. And he has his mom and several family members who are ready to support him should he be released. For these reasons, Mr. Keys respectfully requests parole. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. In opposition, I have letters from the victim's mother, victim's sister, and victim's brother, who all say that they were gonna be here on the Zoom. Are any of them on Zoom? Any of them?
There's the victim's sister.
Okay.
She don't want to speak.
Right. All right, well, just for the record, we have opposition from Ms. Sylvia Baxter Brown, Ms. Shanika Baxter, and Mr. Shamal Baxter. We also have opposition from the police chief, And that's the opposition. So the first questions go to Mr. Tillis. You have some questions for him?
Yes. How you doing this morning? This afternoon?
Doing pretty fine.
Good. You answered some questions when in your statement that I had thought of. Tell me something. I saw you took about 12 classes while you've been incarcerated. Which one did you was more effective to you?
Thinking for a change. All of them really I practice in my daily life, but thinking for a change, one that I'm in now, I actually took it before, but it wasn't put in my jacket, so I had to take it again. But thinking for a change was good.
Well, you were 16 when this happened. Were you on drugs, doing drugs?
Yes, sir, I was.
I saw where you had a lot of write-ups in your file.
Yeah.
If you were granted parole, where would you go? Would you move back to New Orleans or what?
Well, I have different places I can go. I can go to Houston, I can go to Dallas, I can go to Indianapolis, but more than likely I will be in New Orleans.
Okay, so what are your future plans? What is it that you want to do?
Well, my future plan, for one, I'm ready to get to work. You know, I'm ready to get to work and be inspiring and encouraging employees somewhere and amongst the communities. But I also have a purpose in life nowadays. You know, that's my plan, to get to work and to build, you know, to get out there and build in society. But I also have a purpose. And I got that purpose from Christ himself. Christ Jesus appeared to me on May the 20th, 2022. And that is what brought me out of the darkness that I was in. And that's my purpose in life.
You're a minister now?
Yes, sir.
I see. Okay. All right, I have no more questions.
I have a couple.
Okay, Ms. Renat's has some questions.
So, Mr. Keys, good afternoon.
How you doing, ma'am?
Good, thanks for asking. So is today the first time you publicly admitted your guilt?
Yes, ma'am.
What took you so?
Well, when I got arrested, you know, instantly it was I didn't do it. You know, I was full of drugs. I regretted what I'd done. I hated it. And that was a habit, saying I didn't do something. That was just a habit, you know, and I stuck to that habit. But what really brought me to this point was people are praying for me, because people are witnessing the transformation that has happened in my life. And they know exactly who has transformed me this day. Right. So by people praying for me, and I'm telling everybody that I'm innocent of this charge, I don't want to bring no shame on the God that saved me, as if he's not hearing and answering our prayers, because he do hear us and answer our prayers. So I went to church last night, and I'm seeking the Spirit, knowing that I'm coming into this environment among this panel right here. But I'm steady drawing blanks as I'm seeking the Spirit for counsel. So the Spirit clearly told me, you're getting blanks because I'm not going to counsel you into no lies. You have already asked for forgiveness from me, and I have forgiven you. Not just telling you I have forgiven you, but I have shown you I have forgiven you. I have placed my Holy Spirit in your heart. I have transformed your mind. I have placed my divine nature inside of you. So you need to do what you need to do and confess what you have done.
So that revelation came to you just last night?
That came to me last night in church. And then when I grabbed my stuff and left, because he spoke it clearly to me. And when I left, I went to the dorm. I woke up, you know, I showered or whatever, and I woke up about 1:30 this morning, and he was just on me about it. And I have been up ever since, looking forward to this moment.
Is this the first time your mother heard you say that?
Excuse me?
Is this the first time your mother heard you say that?
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you feel after having said it?
Who, me? I feel a total relief because I know I have received more of God's fullness into my life by being obedient to take my trust and faith out of a lie and put my trust and faith in God.
Okay, let's move on. So we talked about you choosing to stay at Spruce 3.
Yes, ma'am.
So how many fellow inmates in Spruce 3 would you say you've helped? How many inmates there have changed their lives because of what you've said to them or helped them do?
Okay, well, 4 people have asked me to baptize them so far, and I have baptized them. I'm encouraging people on a daily, and this is throughout the whole entire East Yard and West Yard. You know, people are changing their lives, but I'd also know this here. I'm going to place the word inside of them. I'm going to live encouraging around them. I'm going to be compassionate towards them, but I also know that God is the one who's going to give the increase in their lives.
Right. So did you take victim awareness?
No, ma'am. I had a little taste of it, but I didn't take the whole thing.
Have you ever asked for that class?
Yeah, I had asked for it.
And they said what? You just put it on backlog, do you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
When do you finish thinking for change?
I believe in about 5 more classes.
Let me just, that's all I have. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know Mr. Baxter?
I was familiar with him from the area. I didn't know him personally or anything like that.
And the main reason for the robbery was to get money for drugs?
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have. Are we ready to vote?
I'd like to call an executive session.
I'll second.
Cheryl Renasi,
Yes.
Chucky Tibbs,
Yes.
Danny Bowers.
Yes.
Cheryl Renassa,
Yes.
Chucky Tillis,
Here.
Danny Barros.
Yes. Committee on Parole is called back to order. It's 1:18 PM and we are ready to vote. Mr. Tillis has assigned the case, so he is going to cast the first vote.
My vote is to, if you're released, to take, finish your class of, Thinking for a Change. And take victim awareness. And I would release you to the Parole Project and ask them to make sure that you set up a program where you could speak to at-risk youth. And 3 times a week with AA or NA. My vote will be to grant under those conditions.
Ms. Renata?
Mr. Keys. I agree with Mr. Tillis. My vote is to grant conditionally based on all the things that he just said. You have a low risk score, you know, your age at the time of the crime is certainly a big factor in my decision. And I think you have a good transition plan in place and obvious family support. Good luck.
Mr. Keys, my vote's gonna be to grant you parole with the same conditions, but on the parole project, you're gonna stay with them for 1 year minimum. And you need to be aware that you got a long sentence to back up. If you get into any trouble whatsoever, don't come back and ask them for another chance because you just got it. All right, go out and make us proud.
Thank you so much.
Has been granted. This will conclude our business with Mr. Keys today. Good luck. All right, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is October 24th, 2024, and the time is 1:29 p.m. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today, and my colleagues are Mr. Tillis to my left and Ms. Renatza to my right. The panel is at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, and our remote location is Louisiana State Penitentiary. Mr. Rushing, would you please introduce yourself and give us your full name and DOC number for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is David Russian and my DOC number is 103801.
All right. I'm going to give a brief explanation of the process here. I'm going to read some information into the record, ask you to verify it, and we're going to give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did that caused you to become incarcerated and why you should be released today. Then the warden, we're going to ask a couple of questions about your record there, and then we'll allow public comment, supporters and opposition, 3 of each. Then we'll conduct the parole interview. The case has been assigned to Mr. Renatza, who's going to be the lead person with the questioning and the voting. And so let's begin. Today we have for parole consideration David Rushing, DOC number 103801, who's a first felony offender who was convicted of first-degree murder on October 14th, 1983, and on November 4th, 1983, was sentenced to death. Then, on June 28th, 1990, was resentenced to life in prison without the benefit of probation, parole, or suspension of sentence. Then, on December 19th, 2023, the life sentence was commuted to 99 years with parole eligibility by Governor Edwards, making your parole eligibility date 12/19/23, giving you a good time date of November 3rd, 31, and a full term date of April 3rd, 82. Does that sound correct to you, Mr. Rush?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the first question goes to you. What did you do to cause yourself to be incarcerated, and why should you be released today?
On March the 29th, 1983, I was in my yard. I was working on my Camaro. I had a custom 69 Camaro and I was working on it. And a neighborhood friend of mine came over and was talking to me. And he wanted to hang around because he was moving to New Orleans the very next day. So we was hanging around, and my girlfriend went to work, and she had asked me not to go anywhere with him, and because he was known around the neighborhood as being trouble. So I told her I wouldn't. So she went to work. I stayed with, at the house, and Jeffrey wanted to go over to his house and get a pack of cigarettes because he'd run out of cigarettes. So I took him over to his house, and while we were sitting over there, we was drinking a few beers, and we smoked a couple marijuana cigarettes, and we left his house and went riding around, and we picked up my other co-defendant, Mr. Leslie Sheridan, on side of the road. He was hitchhiking on side of the road. We picked him up, and he wanted to go to Pearl River to get some stuff for his girlfriend. So we gave him a ride there. And through the course of traveling and riding, somehow the conversation got turned to armed robberies and so forth. And it come about that we was gonna do an armed robbery. And Leslie said that he had a gun we could use. So we went back to Leslie's house, and he had a gun. So for some reason, he didn't go with us. I don't know why. I was in my car, but me and Jeffrey left, and we were going to Slidell, out toward the old 190, going out toward Pearlington, Mississippi. They had a gas station that stayed open out there all the time. And when we got out that way, the gas station was shut down. And we was riding around a little while
on the way back towards Slidell off of Old Spanish Trail. Jeffrey had mentioned to me about how in New Orleans he had robbed Jimbo's cab company and how easy it was, and that they have a policy, don't fight them, give them the money and so forth. And, you know, it's real easy. I agreed to go. And when Jeffrey called the cab company and when Mr. Archer drove up, I got in the car with Mr. Archer and we proceeded to the Ponderosa subdivision in Pearl River. As we was going to the Ponderosa subdivision, about 3/4 of the way there, me and Mr. Archer was talking, and I'd found out that I knew Mr. Archer. Mr. Archer played guitar in the club. My sister owned the Scottish Inn, and he played guitar in the band, and he knowed my sister and all that. And me and him was talking, and as we approached the Ponderosa subdivision, it got to the panic point to where I basically wanted out of the car. You know, I was backing out on the deal, and when we got to almost to where we said we was going, I put the gun against the window. I was going to shoot the gun outside the window and scare him and get him to stop the car, because I was going to jump out of the car and run. And when I put the gun against the window and I pulled the trigger, the gun misfired. It didn't go off. And I put the gun back down in my lap, and I'm looking around because my fall partner, he was supposed to be following right behind us, and I'm looking to see where he was at, because when you go into the Ponderosa subdivision, they got a sharp turn, and I was going to jump out of the car and run. And when I'm turning around looking for my fall partner in the rearview mirror, I had the gun in my hand, and I had my finger on the trigger and on the hammer at the same time. And nervous reflexes, the gun went off, and I shot Mr. Archer. Mr. Archer turned around and he grabbed me, and I'm fighting with Mr. Archer trying to get out of the vehicle, and the car went off to the side of the road, and I'm trying to get his hand off of me, and I'm trying to open the door at the same time, and I eventually got out of the car. Mr. Archer let me go, and I got out of the car, and I ran back to my car, and I got in, and Jeffrey turned around and drove off. We went, we left there and went to the Scottish Inn. Well, we stopped between the Scottish Inn, and Jeffrey hid the gun in the side of the road. But we went to the Scottish Inn, and when we pulled up at the Scottish Inn lounge, Jeffrey wanted to borrow my car as he said he was going to see a friend. So I loaned him my car, and I went inside the Club Oasis lounge and was sitting down talking to Officer Phil Singletary that was pulling night duty patrolling the bar rooms in the area. And a short time later, Jeffrey came back to the bar, and he pulled up in front of the door, and the door was open on the bar, and I seen him, and I told Mr. Phil that I would see him later, and I left the bar, and I blacked out from there. We went to Jeffrey's house, and the next thing I know, Detective Mike Moore and them was waking me up. That's the events, and they transferred me to the Slidell Sheriff's Department from there once they arrested me.
Right, it sounds like a pretty good explanation of what the police report says also. Why do you think now would be a good time to release you?
Well, since coming to Angola, 41 years ago, I've took every opportunity that I could to better myself, to stand on my own 2 feet and own what belongs to me, right or wrong. I am and I always will be truly remorseful for taking Mr. Archer's life. The hurt and pain that I've caused Mr. Archer and his family, as well as my family and friends, is unthinkable. I can never undo taking Mr. Archer's life. Believe me, I wish I could. I could only pray to God and ask for forgiveness and live a life of doing the right thing, and always try to lead by example. Coming to Angola at 18 years old was really hard. I was uneducated, I couldn't read and write, and I had no useful job skills. 41 years later, not only can I read and write, I have my GED and several marketable job skills that I can rely on. I earned my trustee status in 1998, and I've never lost that status. My trustee status opened the doors to job opportunities that I never knew existed for me. I started training myself as a cook and baker. I was transferred, as time went by, I was transferred to Camp F, an all trustee camp, to cook and bake in the Camp F kitchen. And later on, I was eventually handpicked to cook and bake at the K-9 Training Center for Warden Bubba Butler, and as needed at the ranch house for Warden Kane. I've cooked for inmate population, security population. I've cooked for senators, legislators, and even the governors. And after several years of cooking and baking, I transferred to road and levee as a small engine mechanic, working for Mr. Chad Victorial. I've always liked working on small engines, even as a kid. And when I was at road and levee, I had the opportunity to go through courses, small engines, light diesel, and DC electrical. And in 2019, Warden Darrell Vinoy transferred me to the ranch house mechanic shop. It's where I'm still employed today. I work on all types of ATVs, lawnmowers, side-by-sides, four-wheelers. I even maintain the chase team boats and motors. And I feel with all of the classes that I've took, AA, NA, victims awareness to 100 hours, with all my classes, that I'm not the same person that I was when I came here 41 years ago. I've tried everything that I possibly could to make people proud of me and to educate myself and to give back as much as I could, because I know what I done was wrong. And I could never look Mr. Archer's family in the face and tell them I'm sorry enough for what I've done. And I feel with the people and friends that has inspired my life, has made me a better person. And me personally, I'm proud of the man that I've become. And I want to thank the members of this board for allowing me the opportunity to speak and for granting me a hearing. And I pray this board grants me a second chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Warden, do you have any comments about his behavior and programs?
Yes, sir. Good evening. How you doing, Mr. Barros, Mr. Knotts, or Mr. Tillis? Well, Rushing gave a pretty good, accurate account of his lifestyle. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mr. Bernard, I was talking to the current warden. We're gonna get to you very shortly. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so, Mr. Rushing told you everything that I could tell you about his education, his background. He came here, got his GED, he's a local Tiger score. He is a Class A trustee still. He resides at the dog pen, but works at maintenance of the ranch house. So what I'm about to say on a personal note. So, Mr. Rushing has a strong work ethic. He's very respectful. He's a hard worker. He also has a skill of working on engines and motors other than just baking. I think more of his skill is like an auto mechanic skill, ATV skill type of repair of engines. He's always willing to help someone. And I believe that with the help of the Parole project, Mr. Rushing will be a productive citizen in Louisiana. I think he has skills that can make him productive, and that with the transition from the Parole project, he will succeed. And that's it.
Thank you. All right, in support, we have former Warden Vanoa. You go ahead and speak now.
Okay, I apologize. I thought you were speaking to me. I'm sorry. How are y'all today? I think Rushy gave a pretty accurate account of his life since he's been in Angola. I've known him, basically since the day he got there, and he's worked hard to accomplish everything that he described. I do know a man that owns a sawmill north of Woodville, Mississippi, that employs ex-inmates, and he told me that he would employ Russian if he were released.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. In support, we also have Kerry Myers from the Parole Project.
Good afternoon, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. I've also known David for more than 30 years. And he's given a pretty good account of his life at Angola. I want to say that, David was, as he described, he was uneducated, had no skills. He's probably the first person in his family who's ever earned a GED. Not only that, he has multiple now marketable job skills. His last write-up, the 18-year-old that came to prison, you hear this a lot, but in the same, as you also heard earlier today, it's, there's no magical switch that the minute you turn 18, that the brain science changes. David was immature, and he was being easily influenced, which is no excuse for his actions, but it is causation. His last disciplinary infraction was 2002, 22 years ago. He's been a trustee for decades. He's earned that trust by his growth and maturity. At 59, he's still healthy, he's still employable. Parole Project is committed to providing him the necessary transitional support that he needs. Should he eventually go to Mississippi, that will become his choice, but he'll have the option here of finding employment in Baton Rouge. That'll be the goal, to find him stable long-term employment. We feel that David is absolutely suited to be a Parole Project client, and we know that he will succeed in anything that he does. So we would ask this board to consider those things today in granting his parole.
Thank you very much. All right, Miss Emma Douglas, would you go ahead and speak now?
Yes, of course. My name's Emma Douglas, and I'm with the Southern Poverty Law Center. I'm here representing Mr. Rushing, and I actually have very little to add from the glowing recommendation that wardens and former wardens have provided for Mr. Rushing. The one thing I do want to point out is that all of the things that we've been talking about with Mr. Rushing today have been examples of a young man who came into prison who was following the lead of people who were very interested in short-term gains. When he got here, he started working for his long-term betterment. As he mentioned to you, he learned how to read and write here at Angola. He got his GED here, and I can confirm what Mr. Myers alluded to, that he is the only person in his family who has attained a GED. So he did all of that on his own, contributing to, his betterment. He took classes, and because he did learn how to read and write, he was able to read materials that helped him to understand at a deeper level the impact on his community, on the family of his victim and on his family of his actions. The other thing I want to point out is Mr. Rushing has a glowing resume in any context. He can cook, he can bake, he has small engine repair skills, but the thing that's most prevalent in his resume is the amount of trust that the folks here at Angola give him. As he mentioned, he repairs and maintains the boats and other vehicles that would be used in the event of an escape. He has helped cook for wardens and governors and senators, as he mentioned, and he has been using and looking to wardens and other members of the staff here at Angola for mentorship and for father figures that he didn't necessarily have growing up. Because of all of this, he has earned the deep trust of the staff here, which I think you heard reflected today by the people that spoke, and has spent the last 42 years investing in his long-term future. So it is with deep respect that I request that you consider all of these things and grant Mr. Rushing's parole today.
Thank you. All right, I don't think we have anybody here in support, in opposition. We do have a note from the victims coordinator that says they were unable to contact anybody for this hearing, but that in 1989, they had someone they were able to locate who gave an emotional verbal victim impact statement in open court. But years later, they determined that this family member of the victim has passed away. So there's no family member immediately that we were able to locate for this hearing. We do have opposition from the district attorney's office and from the sheriff's office. The district attorney had noted that the offender had never admitted the true facts, including his brutal, cold-blooded murder of the victim, but I think today he has. So that kind of changes it a little bit. Mr. Tillis has been assigned this case, so he's going to go ahead and start with the first questions. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got it. Mr. Rushing, good afternoon.
Good day, ma'am.
So I want to go back just a little bit briefly. You mentioned that your girlfriend, this is back in 1983, your girlfriend didn't like you hanging around with that guy.
No, ma'am.
She was right.
And, I just made a note, should have listened to the girlfriend and honored your word to her, because you told her you wouldn't be hanging around with him that day.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you said when you were traveling and riding around with your little group and the conversation turned to armed robbery. How did that conversation turn to that?
Jeffrey and Leslie was talking about armed robberies they had pulled in the past. And I was driving and we was talking, and we was drinking Jack Daniels and smoking a little marijuana, but how it actually turned to it, I'm not really for sure, but I know that by us riding around and the conversation being what it was, it turned into an armed robbery in conversation wise.
You just went along with it.
I went along with it, yes, ma'am. I made some bad decisions that night.
Yeah, and I say that to say, I note in your record, you're classified as a first offender. You do have there's a hit and run incident in 1983 that was continued without date. So you also had in April of 1983 a simple burglary. What was that about? Are you aware of that on your record?
No, ma'am.
not convicted of it, but it is listed as an offense that's there, maybe an arrest. It's been a long time ago, sure. You know, when you appeared before the pardon board, I sat on that board, I voted for you then. Based on, at that time, I think Warden Ambo sat in on your hearing and she spoke favorably and in support, and we do have more documentation in the record today for this hearing that she is in support. You know, I support my decision from back then. I'll just defer to my colleagues, and when it's time to vote, I'll vote.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Tillis, you got any questions?
No. Well, let me ask you. I am going to ask this. I would say later. You know, some reason your story that you said, I kind of believe you. I believe you. I guess the gun jammed on you. It seems like you really didn't have any intent to shoot this guy.
No, sir. I had no intentions of shooting Mr. Archer. I can't say it enough. All I wanted out of the car. That's all I wanted. Once I got to talking to Mr. Archer, I realized that I knew this man. I knew him. He was a friend of my sister's, and I didn't have the money to pay him. And what was I going to do? I just wanted out of the car, and that I had no intention of shooting Mr. Archer.
Thank you. Thank you. I have no more questions.
My question, why didn't you just get out the car? If you wanted out the car, you hadn't committed any crime yet. You could have got out.
Yes, sir.
Could have got out without hurting him at all.
Yes, sir.
You didn't even know you had a gun.
Correct. You correct. I can't justify that. I did shoot the gun out of the window and it misfired, and that's when I was going to run. I put the gun in my lap, and nervous reaction. I pulled the hammer back too far, or the gun went off, and I shot Mr. Archer. But you correct. I could have, when he turned the curve and slowed down, I could have jumped out of the car. Excuse me. But the case, I mean, I never intended to shoot Mr. Archer.
All right. I guess it's time to vote. Mr. Natsa, you would be the first vote.
Yes. As I said, David, I support the vote I made previously. My vote today is to grant you parole. That's based on the favorable recommendation by the warden that's there today, the former warden, and many assistant wardens that we have in the record, along with the deputy warden. You know, low risk score. I also consider the age at the time of the crime, and that you have demonstrated growth and maturity. You've held a high position of trust for many years at Angola. So I would grant to the parole project transition plan and follow any and all of their recommendations. Good luck.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote would be to grant also, and I compliment you on the way you've handled yourself while you've been incarcerated for 41 years. I believe your story today, and I hope you do well.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Rushing, it's a tough one. So I'm going to concur with my colleagues today, and based on your behavior in prison, the recommendations from the warden and the former warden, we're going to go ahead and grant you parole with the special conditions that you go to the parole project and you stay there for a minimum of 1 year, that you speak to at youth children and tell them how bad decisions can get them in trouble for the last 40-something years in jail, And that will be organized by the Parole Project for you to talk to those children. And that you'll complete a substance abuse evaluation upon your release and follow all recommendations. And that you not commit any other violation of anything, because if you do, you got a long sentence hanging over your head and we will revoke you for the slightest violation. You understand? This is your chance, your only chance. Make it good.
Yes, sir.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, this will conclude our business today with Mr. Rushing. And it will also conclude all of our business at LSP. We will adjourn at 1:59 p.m.